Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Former Samburu Governor Moses Leonard Kulala has been fined about 85 million shillings after he was found guilty of corruptly receiving public funds amounting to 84 million shillings. Leonard Kulala and 10 other co-accused persons were convicted of various counts including abuse of office, conflict of interest and unlawful acquisition of public property.
Each one of you to pay a fine of 1 million in default to serve 4 years imprisonment. That's the first limb. Under Section 1B, as read with Section 2A of ASECA, first accused person, you shall then pay a mandatory fine in the sum of 83,460,995. That sum is equivalent to twice the benefit after apportioning the public funds unlawfully acquired between yourself and the 11th accused person. The 11th accused person, Esbon Ndadi, you shall also pay a fine of 83,460,995.
While delivering the sentence, Chief Magistrate Thomas Ndioki also ordered Leonard Kulala to pay a fine of 1 million shillings or receive 4 years in jail for the offence of conflict of interest.
Under count 3, the first accused person, Moses Kasaine Lenakula, now convicted of a charge of conflict of interest, contract provision of Section 42(3), as read with Section 48(1) of ASECA. I hereby sentence you under provision of Section 48(1)(a) of the Act to pay a fine of 1 million in default. You serve 4 years imprisonment.
President William Ruto now says he is not aware of any Kenyan who was reportedly abducted by the country's security agencies during or after the recent spate of anti-government protests across the nation. President Ruto spoke during a town hall session in Kisumu Thursday evening, urged citizens whose kin or friends have reportedly gone missing under mysterious circumstances during protest to come forward with their names to action so that action can be taken by the government. The head of State Tasked Interior Principal Secretary Raymond Molo, who was also present to take up the matter and ensure that the cases are followed to the letter and the missing individuals found.
I made a commitment to the people of Kenya that under my administration, I do not want a situation where a Kenyan disappears. If there is a family, any family, that their child or their friend or their relative went to a demonstration, whether it is last year or this year, and never came back, I want to know the names because I will take firm and decisive action. Because as I talk to you today, I don't have a single name of somebody who has been abducted or disappeared. And the Minister for Interior, the PS for Interior is here, Raymond. If sospita kama uko na jina, mtu alienda maandamano, akapotea, hajulikani mahali yuko, tunataka jina yake, familia yake wakuje, patia huyu mungwana hiyo majina, we will deal with that situation.
Former Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha handed over the docket to her successor Deborah Mulongo, who assumed office on August 8, 2024. During the handover at Afya House, Nakhumicha said that she leaves the docket having implemented reforms to boost the health sector in Kenya. Among the reforms that the former CS boasts of is the introduction of community health promoters, where over 100,000 professionals have since been trained on providing basic medical care. Nakhumicha further advised her predecessor to abide by constitutional provisions, existing laws and ministry policies for smooth tenure.
I live with my head held very high because of whatever we were able to achieve. We did all the groundwork, so now it's up to you to fly the plane and ensure that Kenyans get universal health coverage.
On her part, Mulongo opined that Nakhumicha's scorecard in the ministry is notable, promising to follow through the foundations she led.
So that would really be a win for the Ministry of Health if we are able to have all Kenyans able to access affordable quality care. So we'll run with that. It is all systems go on the 1st of October 2024. As we prepare for the transition, I urge wananchis to register themselves and their dependents into the SHA to avoid last-minute rush.
The Teachers Service Commission has rejected CUPET's request for talks to end the teachers' strike. In a letter addressed to the union, the Commission maintains that the union must call off the strike in compliance with Tuesday's court order. The Commission says it has already resolved all the grievances previously raised by the teachers, and they must go back to work before fresh rounds of talks to address any further challenges they've raised. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda. What are they
How
saying?
are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of God.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yep.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, hawa watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
This is one of the hottest show that we can ever miss in the morning, and it's a show that really gives a real situation in the Situation Room.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you guys so much. Nduthai, nice meeting you. Even beautiful in person more than in photos.
Say that again. Character is like pregnancy, you cannot hide it. You know, people hiding here and there, you know, but after 2-3 months, 5 months, now you realize, so that is why the attitude that you are showing us, you're pregnant.
It's like what my grandmother would say, you cannot pickpocket a naked man.
How's that? It's communal, isn't it?
No comment.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. It's Friday, coming towards the end of the week, and what's happening on these streets as you clock into the weekend? Let's take a quick look at that. As you're coming off of Thika Superhighway, we always start there because it seems to be the nexus for quite a lot of activity in the city. And not much happening. You probably get to a survey at some point, and as your service lanes come to an end, traffic is going to pick up as you then get into the city. All right, what's going on Kiambu Road? Nothing. The Northern Bypass is giving freeway through towards Kiambu Road, out towards Muthaiga Square. Not a problem here at all. On the Eastern Bypass, also traffic is not looking bad at all. Getting through towards Outer Ring, that junction, Embakasi, we're okay there. Haile Selassie is busy. Likely to be that way again, getting into the weekend. In and outbound, coming from Landis Road, Uhuru Highway is already picking up some traffic at the junctions, Langata Road, and then also looking at Bunyala Road, and then through towards Haile Selassie. It looks like it might be a busy Friday, but we're up and early, and let's see how that takes us through. Let's share the information back and forth. We want to keep things moving this morning. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Coming round to 12 minutes after 6 o'clock on this 30th day of August, coming into the final show for this week. How is everybody doing today? As you're clocking in, clicking in, it's Friday, and the true Friday of the week as we come towards the end of a lot of things. End of the month, end of the week, end of an era. When you want to look at the opposition politics, who knows? But here we are. Kenya's biggest conversation starts now. How are you doing? Hope everybody is doing well. I'm a Lone Ranger, at least for now. In a few minutes, the man, the enigma, the everything will be here. And we'll pick up that conversation when he does. Look, in the meantime, let me tell you what we'll be talking about today before we come in and say hello to everybody. A number of conversations lined up. The unions, the teachers' unions, especially the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, are still on strike, and hardball is being played on both sides. That union will be in the room today, as well as the Kenya National Union of Teachers representative. Akelo Misori from Kupet and Collins Oyu from NUT will be here at 9 a.m. and we'll have that conversation with them. It is a Healthy Friday conversation with the Aga Khan University Hospital at 7 a.m. and Dr. John Okemo will be here, and we'll be looking at contraceptives, big issues around contraceptives, whether it's, female contraceptives, male contraceptives, what we'll be looking at there. It's a big deal. Finally, in the middle of all of that, we will speak with Lynn Mengich. She's the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, 6 years in office, and she's about to bow out of that particular assignment. Let's see and do a scorecard of what the SRC has or has not done. That is what will outline. Sometimes the tongue refuses. That is what will outline our conversations for this morning. And it is at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, that I let you know that one CT is here. CT, good morning. CT is under the table.
Good morning.
There you are.
How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. Me and the frog in my throat are having a conversation, and I'm saying, see, you just leave me alone. You've been there for a while, just leave me alone. But you know how it is. I thought of you yesterday. Okay. You said you're fine, Abby?
I am.
Okay. So I thought of you yesterday, and I remembered a particular song. And my dad used to play this song on the piano. Yeah. And he would play it without any sheet music, kind of like off it, because he was able to do that. Like, he had the tune in his head, he heard he knew the sounds on the piano, and he would be able to do that. It was Harry Belafonte's Kingston. You know that song? So I wanted to sing it for you today. Down the way when the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountaintop. Hey, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But sad to say, I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down and my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston Town. See, I knew I'd remembered you and this song and the piano, and I would sit with my dad on the piano bench and we would sing, he would play. It was great. Harry Belafonte did a good thing with that song.
Didn't he just?
Yes, he did.
Didn't he just?
Ah, it was great.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
It's good to hear.
I am insisting on smiling. It does something.
Doesn't it just?
Yeah, you know, it's kind of elevates. If you smile, you add something to it, kind of, I guess. Yeah, the rest of you insists on lifting spirits.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, you owe it yourself to feel good.
Exactly. And make a decision to do so.
Right.
Yep.
James Brown would agree with you there.
Da, 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 da.
I feel good.
There you go.
That one.
Welcome to Friday, everybody. Let's take a quick look at what the weather is going to look like. And then we'll come and say hello to you. We can see you all trickling into the room this morning. Good to have you already. Let's see what the skies will say getting into the weekend.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Nairobi, get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair will be held on Saturday, 31st August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Gallant Mall, Parklands, Nairobi. This is an invite-only event. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi today. It's 15 degrees. We'll see highs of 23 and lows of 13. It's 13 and cloudy in Nakuru with highs of 25 and highs of 24 in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 14. 11 and clear in Eldoret, highs of 24. And at 23, Mombasa is cloudy today with highs of 29. 29 will be the high in a partly cloudy Malindi at 24. It's clear at 20 in Kisumu, highs of 30 and lows of 19. Today, while Kakamega at 17 is clear, we'll see highs of 30 and lows of 15. Kampala is partly cloudy at 18 with highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 29 in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 23. It's 8 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg. We'll see highs of 14 and lows of 6, while in Mogadishu it'll be a sunny Friday, currently at 25, going to highs of 30. It's 11 and hazy in Addis Ababa. We'll see highs of 20, and we're looking into a cloudy Lagos at 25, going to highs of 28, and Kinshasa at 24. Currently it's cloudy, highs of 31 and lows of 22. Friday afternoon in Beijing is sunny, highs of 33, and it's 16 and cloudy in Paris with highs of 22, and we'll see highs of 23 in a mostly cloudy London at 15. We'll round things out in New York, where Thursday night is cloudy at 21. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 25 and lows of 19.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
People are online this morning. Everybody already getting into the room. Nice to see you. Peter Kiaria, we see you. And you say a person. Hey.
Start again.
A person without a vision for their future will always return to their past. Nothing succeeds without a vision. Okay. This is true. Ndu says, Don, ask CT, is it wrong to receive a call from a president and tell the media? CT, I've been asked to ask you, is it wrong to receive a call from the president and then tell the media?
Receive. Just to receive.
Ooh, hello? Talk? Finish? Goodbye.
Well, yes, if the conversation was in confidence, yes, it is. But if he was calling to say hello and there was nothing confidential in the conversation, you could easily say, you know, the president called me and you know what we discussed? We discussed A and B, and then when we had finished B, we went to C. Yes,
that wouldn't be wrong.
No, it wouldn't be. But if the discussion was confidential, then you have no business telling the rest of the world. Because if the president had wanted to tell the rest of the world, he would have called them.
He would have called the rest of the world. Well done. There it is, your answer. Linus Kitonga says good morning. Simon Wehu says good morning as well. Hello, Spice. Ombaso, today, say hi to me, please. Ombaso, remember, say hi to somebody. Greet the Raia, your fans. Unawapenda sana.
Yeah, I've said hello.
Okay. She has said hello, and a big one for that matter. Princess Ndu, yes. Mambo, leo tuko Mageta Island waiting for the specialized... Mageta Island is where?
Siaya.
Oh, it's somewhere in Siaya. Okay. Getting into the weekend. Leshan Sanchez says, good morning, Team Spice, tuned in from Kisumu. Everybody's in Kisumu this weekend. Good morning from Mombasa, says Robert Okoh. Joel Odonde is tuned in this morning. Jimmy Gakio is here. JB Mutua is in the room. Fredo Kumu says, good morning. Ndunda says, good morning from Scandinavia. Where specifically? But okay, good to have you here. Looking forward to it. Good morning, Vesh Musanga. Joe Munga is tuning from Bonny Lake and is saying good morning to everybody in many more words, but we see you. Ali Ado says good morning, tuned in from 001 Chuda. Mashari and Gerald, good morning. Wish you a great Friday from Portland in Oregon. Meshach is here. Refresh says good morning. George Okoth is greeting everybody. And Bonnie Report says hello. Up and ready for the biggest conversation from Dadaab. Evans, good morning. Judy Wangari, good morning, my favorite radio station. Please tell Eric we miss him. We will tell him, Judy, don't worry. And he'll be back. In the flash of a tail, he will be back. Sawa sawa. Bernard, we see you as well. My prince said fishermen from Homa Bay have been. Okay, now I don't understand. Maybe you want to look at it again. Seen, been. I know B and S are near each other on the typewriter. What is that thing? Screen, keyboard. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Maybe confused things. Siti, I can see you looking at me. Rachel Wajiro says, good morning. Hope you're enjoying. I'm fine. Thank you very much. Milton Awiti is tuned in this morning. Vincent Oginga is here. Carol Nyambura, tunakupenda sana. Siti, I miss your Godfather hat. Ile Cowboys or Mafia. Choose. Many have said that the Cowboys are actually Mafia redefined into the West. But, it's all up to you to decide. Mbali says, good morning from Machakos, Mavoko. Icelander said, good morning. Happy Friday, fam. Mkama says, good morning. It's CT and Indu, and thank you for making the mornings each day. Thank you so much for being here. Oslo, Norway is where Ira and Dunda is. Okay, we hear you. Hey to you. Hey to you. Yeah, my t-shirt says, hey. Joseph War, have a productive day, everybody. Everybody, thank you for being here this morning, and we know that there are more of you trickling in as we continue with these conversations. I gotta say it again, we don't take it for granted that you join us every morning as we keep these conversations going. Okay, time is a ticking, but let's look at today's proverb, CT.
Yes, this is our final proverb from the People's Republic of Algeria. Very interesting indeed.
Okay.
What did I want to say today in addition to this? Well,
you wanted to tell us the capital of Algeria.
Yes, isn't it just? What is the capital of Algeria? Do you have any idea?
Is it not Algiers?
Yes, it is. It is.
Yep.
It is. But it's also the largest city. It's located in the north of the Mediterranean coast. Did you know that the Mediterranean is actually part of the Atlantic?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. You know.
Yes.
Clever person that you are. Going to school has helped you.
If I had not gone to school, I would have just been a tumbleweed in the middle of...
You'd be responsible, huh?
The what?
The Atlantic. Okay, good. Today's proverb is simple, straightforward, and very easy to understand. You can't possibly not understand it. Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
If it's not kind, if it's not true,
zip it.
Zip it. Keep kind.
Speak kindly.
Speak kindly.
Or refrain from talking.
I'm telling you, I love it.
If you can't be encouraging, if you can't be someone who is uplifting,
keep quiet.
Zip.
Mr. Synan was my 6th grade teacher for something, and he used to say, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. I guess it's the same concept.
Mr. who again?
Synan. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was his name.
That was his name.
Not his nickname.
Nope. That was actually his name. Yeah, okay.
Mr. Sign In.
Sign N. Okay. He's always smiling, actually, interestingly enough. Yep.
One of those,
One of those guys.
Thank you so much.
Yes, please. Okay, let's see what other people have to say about that through the day. The headlines. Grabbing. There's a picture of the president, William Ruto, holding a fish. And the fish is the size of himself. You think I'm lying?
Yeah, this fish is big.
Yeah, it's a big fish.
El Presidente clearly goes to the gym.
El Presidente went west to catch the big fish.
Right, and here he is holding the big fish.
There you go. Do with that whatever you wish.
Yes, and the big fish is called Mbuta.
Nile perch?
Yes.
Voila. The president's tour of Raila Odinga's backyard has birthed talk of a political coalition among their allies as calls for a strong political union dominated speeches and the head of state declaring that the current pact would yield more fruit or fish in the future. But will the newfound camaraderie concretize? And for how long? For how long is mine? I've added to the headline.
You added. Well, all things on this planet are seasonal. So you choose what you will.
Exactly.
When it's on, it's a season for it to be on.
Yep.
When it's off, it'll be the season for it to be off.
No matter what you do, you can't wait
because
to sing
these two fellows were once buddy, chummy, 2007, 2008. And then the chummy, buddy thing fell apart.
It did.
Now, once again, they're buddy, chummy. So, all right.
It's all seasons, they do change.
Yes, they do change.
Power to prison. How Leno Kulal was nailed. Court sentences former Samburu governor to 8 years in prison or pay a fine of 85 million shillings. He's also disqualified from public office for the next 10 years. The sentencing was read in the afternoon yesterday, and this was this was after he made a plea to the bench for leniency in terms of a sentence.
And did he provide reasons as to why he felt the bench should be lenient to him?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if anything happened, it was not intentional. If money is, it was a misunderstanding. It was not that he intended to move money from one place to another. So he's never been in such a position before. He's never done anything like this before. So there was a reason why he was selected by the people to be governor of Samburu. Those things should be taken into consideration when sentencing is being given.
I understand what he's saying, but what on earth does that mean?
In other words, I've never done this kind of thing before, and I promise never to do it again. So, be easy. I guess the judge wasn't listening to that. Homecomings. Who finances these parties and what for? It's a question. There will be a number of homecomings this weekend, as though you've never seen them before, or they've been away and they've come back home, because that's what I think a homecoming should be. But okay, where does the money come from? Because it's big, it's fanfare, it's everything, everywhere. Who pays for it? Dues shocker for Kupet over teachers' strike. TSC said the only reason we would sit at the table with you, and this came from Nancy Masharia's office yesterday, the only reason why we'll sit with you at the table, or the requirement for us to sit with you at the table, call off the strike, and then we'll talk. Before that, it can never be us. Okay. On the front page of The Nation, silent war in Ruto's Nyanza tour. President William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua have had tense relations recently, and while the visit to the stronghold of their arch-rival turned ally, Raila Odinga, has presented them with a stage to demonstrate their camaraderie, surprise developments have exposed the humbling tensions beneath. This will be interesting to read, won't it? King Choge's dilemma. I think this is an interesting story. He's asking himself, and the questions abound as to whether it's time to hang his running shoes or still hang on. Leon Kulal gets a slap on the wrist for corruption. Many see the 8-year sentence or the 85 million shillings fine as just a slap on the wrist. Behind the scenes, bid to end teachers' strike and Ruto's night talks to stop aviation employees' strike. Even aviation fellas wanted to go on strike. Okay. Okay, let's see what that is. CC, over to you.
Right. In the Star, top right-hand corner in burnt orange.
Well done.
Siasa. How You know, these inverted commas, I used to call them invited commas when I was a kid. Anyway.
Think about it. They're actually inviting.
Right. How to impeach or not to impeach a governor. Why Babu Owino is rattling bigwigs. All right. There we go.
Okay.
Then there's, here I'm not certain. There's a caption here. I'm not sure that it's lives or it's lives.
Okay, read it, then we know.
Mombasa billionaire Hasmukh Patel touched. And I've got it. Lives that he touched.
Voila.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And this is a gentleman who is a well-known philanthropist. Okay. He is someone who owns something called the Mombasa Cement Company.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's been said, and it has been said over and over again, how his generosity has touched many lives. This is a story of a certain gentleman by the name of Hakli Modzoya, and how he received help for his daughter who was in school.
Yeah.
But I'm sure this is a story that is replicated by very, very many others. Okay? Yes, and his generosity is recognized at the coast and across Gujarat and Kenya. He is considered to be a very, very generous philanthropist. Okay? Ex-governor Ngilu summoned over funds used at Kitui textile firm. Okay? This is what has happened on the Senate Watchdog Committee. Summoned the former Kitui Governor Janet Ngilu to explain the use of funds at the Kitui County Textile Center. Okay? This follows a report by who? The Auditor General Nancy
Kadongo.
Yes, for the fiscal year 2019 and 2022. This thing, you think you will get away with it.
Nope.
Well, think by all means, but you will not. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, tack. President dangles support for Odinga's AUC job after cabinet appointments. All right? Ruto-Raila deal will redefine 2027 race. Right? God. This is those of us in this business of being journalists becoming prophets. Leaders praise Ruto for appointing First Treasury CS and Attorney General from Luo community. We are not tribal.
Of course not. But I mean, we say things like that.
We're just stating it happened.
It's a statement of fact. It has nothing to do.
Did it not happen?
It happened.
Yes.
Are they not from the Luo community?
They are.
Did the president not appoint them?
He did.
Is it not the first time such a thing has happened?
It is the first time. So the problem is where exactly?
I don't understand.
All right. So the things that make us happy. Right. Let's look at what the Business Daily has.
All right.
State rental income up 176% amidst higher rates plan. Rental income generated from government-owned houses jumped nearly twofold in the year ended June 2024. Okay? In case you didn't know, now you know. Consultants call for bulk petrol price cap. Two private consultants have recommended that the government set up a ceiling on margins enjoyed by wholesalers in the fuel business in Kenya as part of a strategy to tame runaway blah blah blah. That is consumer prices. Okay.
Okay.
KCB sheds wait for it. It's not money. 362 jobs in voluntary exit early next year. KCB Group saw 362 of its staff take up its offer of voluntary early retirement last year as the bank opened up the scheme for request of its employees.
Okay.
Banks defy, this is now bang in the middle of the paper for this particular, banks defy hard times, report huge profits. Earnings by top 10 listed banks rise by 25.2 billion. Non-bank firms struggling with high interest rates. Hey.
Where? Okay.
Tales of war.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
Let's take a quick look at traffic. Then we come and look at these stories in detail. Abby? Okay. All right. So have a look at what's going on the roads. And this particular story will come back. Sawa. Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Okay, so we're actually not doing too badly on the roads right now. Even on the thicker superhighway, usually by now we've started to see a trickle of that right around Survey, but it's not looking too terrible. So just keeping an eye on that. You're getting in and out of the CBD without an issue. as you're coming off of the Eastern Bypass, also you're going to touch then on North Airport Road and some of that before goes towards Outer Ring, and then through towards Cabanas, Mombasa Road. You're going fine into the city. And Gong Road is also moving freely as well. Nothing in terms of a hold up. You're coming in from Limuru Road, Muthaiga, that whole area. No problem. Everything is what? A-okay for now. We'll keep an eye on things. Help us in case it does go south, literally. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, into this time when we're looking at the stories. President William Ruto and some of the intrigues that are under this visit towards this new pact. Okay, now the rivalry, now silent war is what we're looking at. Apparently there's a silent war that's happening where you can't see. The big fish is being held on top of the car, etc., etc. But their tense relations recently have come out, and to the stronghold of their arch-rival turned ally, Raila Odinga, has presented them with a stage to demonstrate their camaraderie. Surprise developments have exposed the bumbling tensions. Is bumbling a word?
Yes,
okay.
It is a word.
Okay, bumbling.
It has nothing to do with the bumblebee, by the way. Yeah?
Okay, it's just another one.
Yes, another one.
And it's not bubbling.
No, it's not bubbling.
Okay, so the story is that there's a silent war in the presidency as Ruto and Gachagua get warm welcome in Nyanza. President William Ruto's tour of Nyanza has illustrated the radical political realignment since the disputed election nearly 2 years ago and exposed a quiet power struggle with his deputy beneath the show of camaraderie. Last month, the president stunned Kenyans by naming political foes in his cabinet after rapprochement with opposition leader Raila Odinga. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has relentlessly fought any idea of the ODM leader sharing a piece of the Kenya Kwanza Alliance government. Well,
by the way,
you can show, but
there's this word rapprochement. How is it pronounced again?
Rapprochement. You like?
Yes.
The president and his deputy have had tense relations recently. While the visit to the stronghold of their arch-rival turned ally has presented them with a stage to demonstrate their camaraderie. How many times have we used this word in this article already?
4 times.
Surprise developments have exposed the bumbling tensions underneath. With the intensifying scramble to win over Mr. Raila Odinga's turf, the president had an upper hand touring the region. While it was expected that Mr. Gachagua would not have an easy time there because of his antagonistic statements in the past, he too was received with wild cheers. You think they knew it was him? Okay. This surprise development has exposed the silent war in the presidency after the offices of the two leaders separately sent out video footage to capture portions where they were cheered by crowds. State House Wednesday evening shared video, mostly of Mr. Ruto being warmly received in Migori and Kisumu counties. The following day, Mr. Gashagua's team shared edited video footage of the Wednesday activities to capture instances he was cheered. In the footage by the DP's team, taken in Migori and Nyatike, the president is only shown when inviting his deputy, with the remaining parts of the shared footage all about Mr. Gashagua's speeches that are full of praise for Mr. Odinga. The two politicians were uncharacteristically received well in the once hostile region, staging a ringing endorsement of Mr. Odinga. Things have gone full circle politically from a leader they have in the past used as their boogeyman to be praising him as a visionary in an effort to render themselves to the people of Nyanza. So while everybody's doing their thing, fighting, sharing footage, doing, not sharing, at the end of the day, they've realized that this is I don't know if they've just realized, but they've said that, look, they need to be invited by this stronghold so that they can get this political mileage that they so much need. And they've been able to do that through the person of Raila Odinga. Now, what this also does for them is that it gives them a necessary platform to be able to praise Raila. Just a short 1 year ago, the deputy president himself had no kind words to say about Raila Odinga. But now, every word that falls or tumbles out of his mouth is praise for the man. It goes to the thing that you've always been saying, CT. This politics, today, it can be one thing. Do not take it to heart. Because tomorrow, it can change.
Not can, will.
It will change. And that is what we are looking at.
Yep.
Let's see, they're still there for 2 more days. Homecomings where people are coming home. Please, I need to understand this thing. Coming home, that means you've left and you went somewhere. Now you're coming home, so we're welcoming you. So this homecoming, there's a story here in the Standard, and it's asking who finances these parties where they kill cow, they do this, they slaughter, they enjoy. Coming home for what? Or is it celebration because you've been given an appointment?
I think it's all of the above, really.
Okay.
Because except for who pays for it, I presume that the person whose homecoming it is the one who will fund it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But let's have a good time. Let's have a good time.
In the meantime, let's slaughter cows and eat as much as we can.
Yes, because this big, wonderful thing has come to us, my peoples.
Okay.
So let us celebrate together this achievement, this momentous occasion when this has happened. And do you know what? It has happened to us, but via me, of course.
Of course.
It's delegated. Okay. It makes people happy. It lasts exactly 1 day. And then we're back to factory settings.
We forget about it later.
If you had a problem before the homecoming, the problem will still be there.
Indeed, it will.
Yes, it will.
Okay.
So it is life, is it not?
It is, c'est la vie.
Yes. Now let me look at the story in the Star and see what I want to talk about. Critical barriers undermine family planning, shows study. Amoth says there's need for targeted intervention to bridge existing gaps. What on earth are these gaps? Let me just read this for you.
Okay.
Religious beliefs, conflict, and resource limitations significantly hinder the use of modern contraception among Kenyan women, a new study shows. The study conducted by the African Institute for Development Policy pointed out alarming gaps in Kenya's family planning efforts. Okay. Led by Dr. Mark Ewan Hundi, the research and policy analyst of AFIDEP, and published in BMC Public Health, the research revealed the struggle to meet Sustainable Development Goals Indicator 3.7.1. The SDG aims to ensure women aged 15 to 49 have their family planning needs met through modern contraceptive methods. Our findings reveal stark disparities in access to modern contraception across Kenya, particularly in regions plagued by drought and conflict. This evidence is a wake-up call for policymakers to strategize and urgently address the need. This is a never-ending story.
Wow.
Though in many instances, family planning methods are actually free.
They should be.
They are. If there are those who charge, I wouldn't know, but I know by and large, you're talking about family planning, the clinics?
Yeah. You can actually go in, whether it's a pill or a shot or whatever.
The services are supposed to be free.
Okay. That would be interesting.
But what has been indicated here, religious beliefs, conflict, resource limitations, this seems to be the bane of our existence, because every time you talk about even progress, you talk about some of the processes or problems that lead to or don't lead to someone accessing education. Same thing.
Exactly.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Yes.
Okay, let's look at this story of the sentencing of former Samburu Governor Lenol Kulal from power to prison. How Lenol Kulal was nailed for graft. Many are calling it a slap on the wrist that a lot more could have been done if you're actually going to show that such behavior is not accepted. Moses Lenol Kulal, once a towering figure in Samburu County, was yesterday sent to prison. The Samburu governor was handed a total of 8 years or a fine of 85.4 million shillings for corruptly receiving millions of shillings in a tender for supply of petroleum products to the county that he was governing. Delivering the sentence, Milimani Anti-Corruption Court Magistrate Thomas Nzioki said the punishment serves multiple purposes of deterrence, retribution and community protection. The magistrate said the actions of the convict represented a deliberate breach of good governance principles and a serious misuse of public office. There is no excuse for a governor to trade with county government. That was the question they were asking yesterday. His motive remains the profits and not servant leadership, Nzioki said. Lenol Kulal was given a 4-year prison term for the offence of conflict of interest and another 4 for benefiting from public property. His proxy, Husband Davi, was handed a sentence of 4 years in prison or pay a 1 million shilling fine for unlawful acquisition of public property. Former County Secretary Stephen Siringa and 8 other county officials were sentenced to 4 years each or a fine of 700,000 shillings. Earlier on in mitigation, Lenol Kulal had pledged his innocence in the matter, requesting a non-custodial sentence, arguing that as a first-time offender and the sole provider for his family, a lenient sentence would be more appropriate, according to him. He emphasized his belief in his innocence and claims that his prosecution was politically motivated. That had to come in, didn't it? Mm-hmm. He emphasized his belief in his... he asked the court not to impose a ban on his eligibility... eligibility
Thank you.
to run for office, suggesting that such a move would be unjust. So he still wants to come back. Additionally, he requested that if a fine is imposed, it should be payable in installments due to the current challenging economic conditions. And I quote, "I am a sole breadwinner of the family and parents. As such as the court can meet the penalties indicated in the law, I plead I get a non-custodial jail as we seek further justice. I still believe that we are innocent and God will exonerate us. I have never had any shilling under Oryx service station." And this is what he said. Okay. So, he's innocent. He has not done this. So even as, the court has gone through the rhythms, even as you're going to sentence, please, non-custodial is what you should look at. I don't think the magistrate heard right because he decided to do otherwise.
You know something? These custodial sentences.
Yep.
One must seek to understand how it is that they're dished out. Anytime someone misappropriates resources that are meant for the public, it is not your average crime. It's a crime against humanity. Because the net result of what you've done will result, the consequences are dire for those who are supposed to receive. All these crimes, and you said this yesterday, we hear of right across the very many counties that we have. They don't have enough money for commodities. They don't have enough. This roads are terrible. This is all these things. The monies that we keep hearing, take a walk and go to some leafy suburb. These monies are meant to have served the interests of these individuals. And so long as these individuals are not served, it's a crime against them.
Yes, it is.
It's a crime against them. The crime that you can prove in court ostensibly is this one of, public money, you're not supposed to take it. But the consequences should also be on trial.
Absolutely.
Should understand how exactly you... Anyway.
Especially in the same country whereby a man needs to pay 10 million shillings bond bail for stealing 176 kgs of meat.
Yes.
Or a young man steals a chicken to feed his family and you send him to jail for 4 years. That kind of thing that we are talking about. It cannot be that such things in the same country happen and then you do not see the difference between that and somebody taking millions of shillings that essentially could feed people, send them to school, take care of their health care. Come on. It's the same principle, and I think we need to abide by that.
Indeed, we should.
You got one?
I'm looking at it, actually. I am actually looking at it, and I'm wondering whether I should read it. I've decided I will read it.
There we go.
Civil servants facing eviction in Buxton ask for more time. Buxton is in Mombasa.
Yes.
All right? Mombasani. 500 Hobley Road. There is a road in Mombasa called Hobley.
Oh, I was going to say, what's hobbly about the road? Is it falling apart?
No. If it was the reference to the road, it would be wobbly.
That's what I thought.
Hardly Hobley.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Told to vacate the house by December. I'm looking at these houses. These are houses that, but it's not written. Since I know where these houses are, I'm actually stating it. I'm ad-libbing. Customs people live there.
Yeah.
But customs is government, isn't it?
It is.
Now, what they've said is that all these, they need to move. Most of them are natives. We have issued them with a notice to vacate without compensation, or the reason I'm reading this story is this. Many of these government estates are ancient. They're old.
Yeah.
They were long due for renovation. In fact, if anything, they were long due for renewal. And there have been plans to renew them. There were plans. Many of these plans simply didn't work out. Not because there was an absence of a plan. There was a plan, but somehow it didn't quite pan out.
Yeah.
Okay. But around this always hangs the tale of how exactly do you move people out of these estates? The reason is because for many people, these estates are not just living quarters. It is what we call in Kenya the agishagi. You will find the tenants are generational.
Yeah.
The first person who came there was probably a grandfather. In some cases, a great-grandfather. If you're looking at Jerusalem, Jericho.
Yeah.
So the people who live there are the people, the offsprings of these individuals. But in some cases, you will find that people who have had their names on this list actually rent them out.
To others, okay.
Sublet, as we call it. Yes. But it then it underpins the problem we've had with housing. The housing projects that was launched by this particular administration was supposed to help address this. It is clear that much as that plan was there to address it, there is a distinct absence of clarity as to what it is you do with all these individuals. And all the major towns in this country do have houses of that nature, owned by the government, owned by national housing, and people are always being asked to move, and the circumstances under which they're required to move not very clear. Okay? Something in the offing, is it not?
It is.
Right,
Interesting to see what happens. December's not too far away. Okay, let's see. So the strikes are still on, and from what we are seeing, many are joining. And I'm not even just talking about teachers. Doctors want to go on strike. The president speaking to aviation workers not to go on strike. Everybody sees that what you can do, you're not doing. But now let's look at behind-the-scenes efforts to end the strike by teachers. As the strike by teachers enters day 4, various stakeholders in the education sector are involved in efforts to end the industrial action affiliated to the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET. Teachers, however, confirmed that the final stage of the 2021-2025 collective bargaining agreement has been factored in their August salaries. This formed part of their grievances after their employer failed to increase their pay last month. So from the recent, announcement from Treasury, rather from the ministry, that this thing that's being discussed as to the reason why they can't go to work has been addressed for August salaries. Yesterday morning, the Union of Officials held a meeting with the chairman of the Education Committee of the National Assembly, Julius Melli, and said that they were invited to get perspectives. And they said they left him with a roadmap to get out of this, which is a return to work formula. We have seen commitment from the Ministry of Education, but the Teachers Service Commission has pronounced itself, apart from serving us with a court order. So that's where the bone of contention is. Even before we were served, they had circulated it on social media, according to Akello Misori. After meeting Mr. Melli, the union officials met on their own and agreed to write to the CEO, Nancy Macharia, requesting for a meeting. By the time we're going to press, the commission had not replied. And we had seen before that Nancy Macharia's officer said, look, you want us to have a meeting? The first thing that you need to do, call off the strike. Then, we can talk. Kupet said can never be us. The letter seeks a meeting to resolve the ongoing strike and an amicable resolution to the dispute. It was dated 29th, which was yesterday, and it highlights the union's commitment to resolving the issues without resorting to protracted legal battles. Tuesday, TSC obtained court orders suspending the strike until a petition it has filed is determined. And then they were going to start sending show cause letters to several teachers. Everybody has weighed in here. The Central Organization of Trade Unions Secretary General Francis Atwoli stepped in. He told TSC, no, you guys, man, you need to do what you said you would do. Efforts to end the strike involved Labour Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua. He's been holding meetings with Kupet. However, they said that they're yet to engage directly with TSC. So now this is where we are at the crux of the matter. Kupet says, TSC, you need to do what you're supposed to do. TSC says, in order for us to have a conversation about this thing that we're supposed to do, call off the strike, then we can sit at the table. That is where the oil and water is not mixing. And they said, until we have agreed on what you initially agreed, the strike continues. We'll have that conversation at 9 o'clock today with these gentlemen who are involved in all of this, and let's see how it all pans out. Sawa?
Right. Let us look at the People Daily. Ruto scheme to seize Raila power base. The things we say. The headlines we have. Quid pro quo. After appointing ODM top cogs into cabinet, President raids as Mio's leaders backyard with an eye for re-election in 2027. You know, in political terms, 2027 is such a long way away.
Yeah, it's 2 years away, 2.5 years.
But in other words, it's really a very short time. But within that time, the sort of changes that may come about, my goodness gracious me, let us wait and see how this pans out, shall we?
Yeah.
Yes. CS Mbadi must urgently reform microfinance sector for fairness. This is a story, it's a column. This is in the Star on page 15. I read this to simply say this. Everything and anything that can be said that requires the intervention of the CS Treasury is being thrown at Mbadi.
Yes, no?
That is what comes with the job.
Yeah.
It's the dog and the tick.
Yes.
Yes, you've got the job. Everything that has to do with running the economy, ensuring that people get what it is they can to uplift their lives, it is up.
It's you, man.
Yes. As you would say, Nespa?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
You can't run away from this one. Mm-hmm. It's you and needs to be sorted out. Okay, so I want to look at these homecomings and who finances them really quickly because we're getting into homecoming season. And I don't know who else would do homecoming now that they've been given
homecoming
excuses for homecoming. So let me look at that really quickly. Homecoming or elaborate political feast events are now a common feature in Kenya's politics and discourse. They're commonplace in the country's political space where well-connected leaders organize to celebrate achievements like government appointments or even winning an election. In most cases, they are synonymous with huge budgets and mass attendance for not only the electorate but also senior government officials. The most recent homecomings held are for Cabinet Secretaries John Mbadi, National Treasury, and his cooperative counterpart Wycliffe Oparanya, just weeks after they were sworn into office. Both events have seen President William Ruto attend, which also comes with tightened security. The events are characterized by song and dance, church services followed by long speeches, usually in praise of the appointing authority. Thank you, Mr. President, for bringing this to our doorstep. It is also an opportunity to discuss politics of the day, depending on the side they are allied to, but the events have been praised and criticized in equal measure. Roots Party leader George Wajakoya says some of the leaders have cases to answer, but when appointed to public offices, people hardly hear about investigations again, and some end up making reckless statements. We have these homecomings, and I would have banned these events. You call civil servants to donate money for you and go there to laugh sycophantly. Kenya is rotting to the core. You just go eat meat and then you are given bus fare. Those are the kind of leaders we want. And when Gen Z are fighting these people, you suppress them. And that is why I refuse to go to these people's homecoming parties. This is what he was saying when he had a brief chat with Ken Mijungu.
Who was that?
George Wajakoya. He said you're using people's money to now come and feed them so that they can like you more politically, and it is wrong. If it was me, I would have banned. And now I can also say I will not attend such a thing because essentially I'm endorsing that action, and it is not right. So we should stop it forthwith.
If we saw a situation where somebody announced a homecoming and nobody attended, then we'd know
people don't like it.
Yes, but
now these ones where
throngs.
Everybody's there.
People like this thing. People like a good time.
They do.
All these details are all good and well, but people like a good time.
Indeed, they do. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto has continued to defend the new university funding model. He says will go a long way into addressing the challenges that dogged the sector. In a town hall meeting in Kisumu, the head of state said the new university funding model is way superior.
If you have a student doing medicine, it requires 600,000 and you give him 200,000, you will end up with a half-baked student. And by the way, do you know that we are in the second year of implementation of this and the first year was phenomenal. If you ask any vice chancellor, anybody who is running an university, they are telling you this model is way superior. And in fact, in 4 years, it is my plan that every university will be able to run its affairs without the challenges they have today. And they can pay lecturers, they can pay their suppliers. Last year, many universities, in fact, they said in the meeting we had in Nairobi, many universities have never paid full salary because we weren't giving them enough money. It is the reason why I have put more money in university education. In fact, I have put 127 billion shillings more to education because I believe we must get education right. If we don't get education right, we will get nothing right in Kenya.
Health Director General Patrick Moth says vaccination is not a top priority for now, even after the Ministry of Health confirmed 2 Mpox cases in the country. And Moth says the ministry has put in place measures to control the spread of the disease.
The burden of disease is greater in Nigeria, and therefore the allocation of the vaccines will be based on the burden of disease. We are still in phase 1, where we have less, in terms of our response plan, we have 3 phases. Phase 1, less than 99 cases. Phase 2, 101,000 cases. Phase 3, more than 1,000 cases spread all over the country. So for now, vaccine will not be a top priority. We need to put in place the infection prevention control measures as our main prong of control of Mpox. When the cases, there's a surge in number of cases, then consideration will be made into the use of the vaccines at that particular moment.
Immigration PS Julius Bitok says all newborns and individuals registering for IDs for the first time will be issued a lifetime Maisha number, which will serve as their registration number for school, NHIF, KRA and other government services. Bitok says obtaining the Maisha number will be voluntary. The Maisha card has a machine-readable microchip designed to enhance security and contains personal details. Bitok has assured Kenyans that their data will be safe.
Sasa tuko na sheria kali ya Data Protection Act ambayo inachunga data ya Wakenya wote, na tunahakikisha kwamba tumefuata hiyo sheria kulingana na penye imetengenezwa, ili kila mtu aweze kuhakikisha kwamba data yake is safe at all times. Na wacha niseme hii project pia ni serikali ya Kenya peke yake inafanya. Hatuna external support, hatuna watu wengine wametoka huko nje. Najua kuna watu waletanga propaganda tunaweka watoto chip. Hiyo ni uongo. Usikie hiyo uongo. Ati namba ni namba ya siku ya mwisho. Hiyo pia ni uongo. Kama watu wa media mtusaidie ili kueneza ujumbe mzuri kuhusu hii project mzuri. Sasa tumetoa vetting kama huko wewe ni Msomali, wewe ni mtu unatoka huko Mandera, hiyo border counties Turkana, hakuna mambo ya vetting. Unapata kitambulisho kama Mkenya wowote.
And former Samburu Governor Moses Leonard Kulal has been fined about 85 million shillings after he was found guilty of corruptly receiving public funds amounting to 84 million shillings. Leonard Kulal and 10 other co-accused persons were convicted of various counts, including abuse of office, conflict of interest, and unlawful acquisition of public property.
Each one of you to pay a fine of 1 million in default to serve 4 years imprisonment. That's the first limb. Under Section 1B, as read with Section 2, A of ASECA. First accused person, you shall then pay a mandatory fine in the sum of 83,460,995. That sum is equivalent to twice the benefit after apportioning the public funds unlawfully acquired between yourself and the 11th accused person. The 11th accused person, Esbon Ndati, you shall also pay a fine of 83,460,995.
While delivering the sentence, Chief Magistrate Thomas Nzioke ordered Lenol Kulal to pay a fine of 1 million shillings or serve 4 years in jail for offence of conflict of interest.
Under count 3, the first accused person, Moses Kasaine Lenakula, now convicted of a charge of conflict of interest, conduct provision of section 42.3, as read with section 48.1 of ASECA. I hereby sentence you under provision of section 48.1a of the Act to pay a fine of 1 million. In default, you serve 4 years imprisonment.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Okay, so let's take a quick look where we are with traffic this morning. It's coming off of the Thika Superhighway. Just as you get to Survey, that's where the most of it is. Your service lanes are done, and so you're going to have to be stuck. And then getting through the tunnel as you're getting into the CBD, but that's the worst of it, at least for now. Looking at Kangunda Road, that's touching on Outer Ring a little bit here and there. There's some traffic, I think, but you're fine on Jogo Road. Just around the Makadara train station, there's some traffic. And then as you head out towards the junction at the City Stadium, and then some of that will go towards Landis, Lusaka. That looks fine. Haile Selassie is busy though, and that's coming off of the Kamkunji roundabout. It's also incoming from Gong Road into the CBD this morning, but it looks fine coming off of Mombasa Road out towards the city. Nothing else clogging up anywhere. Just in case it does, do talk to us. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour. In a short while, we'll speak on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 7 o'clock on this final day of Kenya's biggest conversation for this week, and a number of conversations that we have lined up today and looking at important issues. Thank you for being part of the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation that sets the agenda across the country, looking at very many things that are important for us to have conversations about, leading towards action, or at least keeping people invested. So as we get into this hour's conversation, let me remind you about a very important event that's taking place tomorrow, the 31st of August. It's the Study Abroad World Fair that takes place at the Gallant Mall. Okay, so you ask yourself, what is that about? The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is a realization that many people can come into one room at the same time and learn from the different opportunities that are available by the different universities from different countries that will be there. Amazing scholarships up for grabs. You can apply for university admission on the spot. Go in the morning, come out with your school in tow, and visit your visa officers who will also be on ground, so you can find out, how can I get to this country? How can I get to this university? What is the best course for me to take? So Cradle has said, you know what? There's a way to make this happen. There's a time that has come to an end for you to be scammed about university education, where you don't know where you're going. You end up in the wrong course. They've been able to use technology and match it to your desires. They've been able to take experiences and match them for people. So come in and meet top universities in the UK, Ireland, Cyprus, Northern Cyprus, Grenada, Turkey, the UAE, UAE, New Zealand, Australia, the USA, and Germany. They'll all be on display tomorrow from 11 to 4 p.m. You can still register today, www.cradle.com, or you can call 0799 000 444. And that brings us into our conversation for this hour. It is a combination of many things. It's a Healthy Friday conversation, and we've seen the topic that we're going to discuss today actually in the papers this morning, and some of that has gone far back as a couple of weeks ago, but it doesn't ever really stay outside of our radar. Okay, so getting into that, we'll be talking this morning about contraceptives and gender selection. Many people say, I want a baby girl. What do I need to do? Do I need to look and make sure it's a full moon and then make... You'd be surprised at the things you hear, my sister. Okay, and so the lady who's smiling and laughing is Dr. Joan Okoh. She is a consultant obstetrician gynecologist at the Aga Khan University Hospital. Daktari, good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
I'm telling you, people are already jumping on this thing and people want to know, is it a myth? Is it true? Is it an old wives' tale? What is it exactly?
Yeah.
But also contraception, still big ticket issue in the country today. So glad to have you here as you welcome you to the hot seat. It is a hot topic. So let's see if we can warm things up a little bit more for you.
Okay.
And CT will give us today's proverb. See, now you're the expert in these things.
Yes.
And then we'll give you a proverb, and then you can now apply your expertise and tell us how you would interpret that proverb and what it would mean to you.
Okay.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the People's Republic of Algeria. And today is our final day of these proverbs from the Republic of Algeria. The following week, we'll still be looking at countries in Africa that border the oceans.
Okay.
Speak kindly or refrain from talking. Speak kindly or refrain from talking. Straightforward, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tell us what you think, Dr.
I think it speaks for itself. I think kindness is something that the world would use today. There's a lot of things happening in the world, and just going an extra mile to be kind will be something great. And therefore, if you are not going to be kind to someone, you'd rather just shut up.
This is true.
Yeah.
Very simple. No embellishment. That's just it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get into it because, again, big topic. Big interest. Many say that even when you look at the politics of the world, the politics of the nation, this is also the politics of health.
Yeah.
And people want to say, okay, so what do I need to do? How do I need to go about it? You are an obstetrician gynecologist. Normally when both of those, we say they're one and the same. But they're not. Maybe we can start from there so that we can understand where we're going. Obstetrician, gynecologist. What's the difference between the two, and how come a lot of people practice them together?
Okay, so they both deal with female reproductive health, and that's why they are all connected. So obstetrics deals with pregnancy, and gynecology deals with non-pregnancy reproductive health.
Okay.
So they're all sort of connected. That's why they practice together.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now, one of the things that we look at when we're now dealing with, and you stop me if I'm wrong here, obstetrics is contraception.
Yes.
Okay. So contraception is what you use when you do not wish to get pregnant.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, could you explain to us this whole system around contraception and how it actually works to stop pregnancy and how long you can have it, or what is available for people when it comes to then family planning or just not wanting to be pregnant?
So you rightly define it. Contraception is any method that we use to prevent pregnancy for one reason or another. Maybe it's undesired, it's unplanned, or you're just done with childbearing, or you don't want children at all. So it utilizes the body physiology around reproduction, and they work in different ways. There are those ones that may stop the process of ovulation, which is necessary for you to get pregnant. There are those ones that may interfere with the environment in the uterus, which is necessary for the baby to grow in. Or there are those ones that may prevent the sperm from accessing the the sperm from accessing the eggs, so that fertilization doesn't happen. So there are very many methods available, and they all work in different ways to just try and achieve the same goal, basically. Yeah.
What are the different methods that are available?
So broadly, there are two categories. There are non-hormonal methods, and then there are hormonal methods, and then also there are artificial methods, if I may say, like man-made methods, and then there are natural methods. So natural methods are things like calendar method, just using your ovulation understanding to try and prevent pregnancy without having any medication or any device in your body. And then the artificial methods are any medication or devices that we may use to try and prevent pregnancy. And then the hormonal ones are the ones that have the hormones implanted in them. So they work in preventing pregnancy. They use the hormonal benefit to try and prevent that. And then non-hormonal ones are the ones that they work naturally without any hormones in order to achieve the same purpose as well. Yeah.
Okay. How do you know which one to use?
Well, that's a complex question. The discussion around that is very personalized because we look at many things when you're deciding which family planning is best for me. It really goes a long way on what is your preference as a person. There are people who don't want something foreign in their body. There are people who don't want hormones. There are people who want natural. It also depends on what your reproductive goals are. For example, how long you want to wait before you get children. Maybe you want to wait 5 years. Maybe you want to just wait 6 months. It also depends on your own health situation. For example, if you have medical problems, they can make other methods very unsafe for you, and therefore it may help us to sort of tailor towards what is safe for you to use. So it's a discussion that involves a lot of things from your age to your health status to your social life in terms of things like smoking and also just your reproductive plans long term, and also just personal preferences, and as a couple also what your spouse prefers, and as well what you prefer as a person.
Isn't it fascinating?
Yeah.
That people want children. Some who want children are able to get children easily. Some who want children cannot get children.
Yeah.
And then there are those who want children, but they would like the children to sort of like make their way into the world at a different point in time. And then that opens up an entire industry. Yes, and people who will help you achieve these desired goals. Why wouldn't one want to have children?
Like completely, they don't want to have children at all, or they just want to defy it?
Yes, and then why would someone want to limit the number of children they have?
Well, I think partly is also whether you feel like a person you want children or not. The people who they just don't want children, they just don't have. They're not made for it, and it's just their choice. They don't want to have children at all. And also in terms of spacing, like in terms of when you want to have a child, it could be many things. It could be maybe because you already have a child. It could be maybe your financial status. Maybe you're not able to cater for this child if they're born. It could be a relationship situation. Maybe you're not in a stable relationship, or you're not with the right person. It could be just because you want to avoid complications in the event that you get pregnant, because pregnancy also comes sometimes with issues, and trying to avoid that can also help you to just use a contraception and defer the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned some artificial contraception.
Yes.
What are those?
So there are many. There are many. They range from medication, so there are some pills that you can use. It could be devices, for example, devices that we put inside the womb, what we call coils or IUD, or sometimes it could be implants that we place underneath someone's skin, and they stay there and they help to prevent pregnancy, or even things like condoms. They're also artificial.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yet we've heard stories of people who have used this artificial contraception and have gotten pregnant.
Absolutely.
Whether it is the stuff that you inject or I actually read a story, and it was actually true, that the coil that has been implanted, or rather has been inserted, did not work. And when this woman was giving birth, she birthed the baby together with the coil. So my question then is this contraception that's available foolproof?
So unfortunately, none of them is. None of them is. Even the one that you tie the tubes permanently, like what you call tube ligation or vasectomy, is not 100%. So they all have some bit of failure proof.
What are you talking about?
There's some failure rate.
You can tie your tubes and permanently, but you can still get pregnant.
You can still get pregnant. Sometimes it fails.
But she just explained it. You tie your tube so that you can get pregnant.
To prevent pregnancy. Yeah, but there are those ones that are more effective than others. There are those ones that maybe a chance of failing is less than 1 in 100 women in a year. And there are those ones maybe it's around 25 women in a year. So it varies and it depends really on what method you've used.
Which ones are these that are more effective than others?
So the ones that do not rely upon the person to remember to use it, or you have to remember to use it maybe every time you have sexual intercourse or every day, they're more reliable. So things like the coil or the implants are generally more reliable.
That you put in and you forget about it.
That you put in and forget about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now you've got some boxes on the table, and I was thinking in my head as I saw them, I was like, those look really big. What are you doing with those? But exactly, so the different ones and what they do.
Yeah.
Before we get into that, one of the ones that has really taken the world by storm, especially for younger women, between the ages, the research is crazy. Between the ages of 13 and 25, there are girls who are on emergency contraception as though it was regular contraception, but it is available in the pharmacies and the chemists. To anybody who will walk in and buy it, you can actually pick it up. Where does emergency contraception lie in this whole idea?
But is it that you can actually readily pick it up, or is just that people pick it up but it's supposed to be prescribed?
But it is there.
Yeah.
Yes, it's available.
Yeah.
It's there. But it's not Panadol, is it?
No, it is bought as though it were.
I'm in full agreement with
Pharmacies actually said that between Friday and Monday morning, that is the highest sold medication for them.
Yes, I'm questioning the legality of that process of selling it. That is what. Because anything that actually changes your body, that causes, to the degree that it does, so that something that is supposed to be a natural occurrence is averted, surely you need expert advice before you consume whatever that is.
Exactly. So
I agree.
What is this? It's not a phenomenon, but what is this that we're dealing with, and how then what would be the advice?
Yeah. So emergency contraception really is, as the word says, is an emergency situation, and it has every advantage if you can quickly access it anytime, anywhere. And we have those ones, like now the common one that you're talking about, the e-pill, that has that advantage. And actually, we are allowed to buy it over the counter anytime, anywhere. But also, we have other options of emergency contraception that you have to sort of go to the hospital for you to get them. And those ones are prescribed by the doctor, or they are done by the doctor. Yeah, so they are sort of different. The e-pill is allowed for you to actually just go to the pharmacy and get it.
Let me ask the question, and why I've taken the position I've taken.
Yeah.
There is no drug known to mankind that doesn't have side effects.
Very true.
Okay, now, when somebody goes and asks and says, I want to buy this, is there enough time for whoever is dispensing it to explain to whoever is buying it what the likely side effects of this particular drug would be?
Ideally, in an ideal world, that should happen, but it doesn't happen. The good news about the e-pill is that the side effects are really not things that are life-threatening. It's things like nausea, headache, breast tenderness, or affecting your menstruation in terms of how soon they come or how long they will stay. So it's not really life-threatening by itself. So it's sort of safe, quote unquote, if I may say. Yeah.
Okay. So let's go back to this contraception in terms of availability, because it would tie into family planning, right? Family planning from this, it's actually carried in one of the dailies today, this whole contraception issue and family planning. That there are many families right now who would want to be able to plan, because they're bundles of joy, children, but they're also expensive. That's the truth.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
So there are families now who want to look into that as a way of family planning, but then there's the whole religious aspect, there's the whole economic aspect. So in terms of availability and affordability of contraception, where is Kenya today to then be able to say those who want to be able to access it, and we're not just talking about having a packet of condoms, but if you're saying that you want something that is the one that you can have in and that you can essentially forget about, but you can be sure that it's doing its job, is it affordable for people who would want to then go into family planning to then be able to use?
So they are affordable. Some are and some are not. But if your main purpose is to just prevent pregnancy, really you have an array of options to pick from, including those ones that are very easily affordable, very easily accessible, and those ones that are a bit tricky to access. So there are those ones that are quite expensive, like the Mirena, which is a hormonal coil that you put inside. And the reason why it's expensive is also because of the benefits that it also comes with, beyond just the contraception, because we use it for multiple other reasons in the gynecological world. But most of them are actually easily accessible. Like, for example, we have a lot of these provided in government hospitals for free.
For free? Okay.
Yeah, for free. So you'll just go, and as long as it's available, you'll get it.
Oh, really? So there's no longer that excuse where we said, okay, well, I have to go get an injectable and it costs this amount of money. You can actually go to a government facility and want to be put on family planning or contraception, and you can get it for free without paying anything.
Without paying.
And in this case, free actually means free, because, you know, there are lots of things that are free that that are not really free.
I know. Yeah. Well, it should be totally free, but of course, when you go to government hospital, unfortunately, with the health status in our country, you may find that they don't have gloves, or they don't have a syringe, or they don't have something like that you may have to go into your pocket to cater for that expense.
So the thing is free, but then the process around getting it done, you have to pay a little bit of something for it.
Maybe a little, but it's not too much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of the negative effects of contraception?
So that also varies among the methods. Generally, the ones that have hormones, they tend to have side effects such as, for example, weight gain, changing your moods, giving you things like headaches, affecting your menstruation, in that they can either disappear or they come in a pattern that you can't really predict. Sometimes they can even lower your sexual libido. Yeah, and then something like the copper coil that doesn't have a hormone, it can cause you to have heavy menses, or you bleed for a long time, or it can cause you to have extra cramping or vaginal discharges. Generally around that. So they differ among the methods, different side effects, different methods.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would be your advice for people, people who are getting into the idea, okay, not quite sure what to do, whether it's like you said, you want to defer pregnancy for some time, whether you want to have a space between first child, second child, or whether you want to say, okay, well, we want to just not dabble for now. What would be your advice, and how would you start off?
I would say start with your own personal reading or some bit of research to just see what is it that you prefer, what is it available. Talk with your spouse or your partner and decide also what can work between the two of you, and then see a doctor to get further advice. So the doctor, when you go to the doctor, they'll try and see, first of all, your suitability in terms of the family contraception method that you want to use. So some methods may be safe for you, some methods may not be safe for you, and the doctor will guide you towards safety with regards to that. So you will need to also speak to a doctor, because you can't just up and go and pick anything that you want. Some may be harmful for you and you might not have any idea about it. Yeah.
Okay. As we want to come to that gender selection conversation, but before we do that, you mentioned this Mirena, and you talked about it being contraception, but at the same time there are other benefits that it has. What are those?
So Mirena, it has a hormone. It's a coil that we put inside the womb, and it has a hormone. The hormone itself is beneficial in the fact that we use it in some gynecological conditions such as fibroids, endometriosis, heavy bleeding, severe pain, and there are people who have chronic pelvic pain, and this one sorts them out a lot. in that regard, just because of the effect of the hormone that it has in it. It's not actually just Mirena alone. Most of the family planning options, they have beyond contraceptive benefits in them. So sometimes actually that may also help us to decide what is suitable for you, depending on whether you have any other gynecological condition that this may be beneficial when you use just beyond the contraception.
I think that's a big thing, because endometriosis, a big many people suffer from this silently, but are actually living lives of absolute pain. Is it well known that this is an option for you to use to deal with the effects of endometriosis?
Among the public, maybe not, but among doctors, yes. It is well known that it's one of the options that you can actually use.
Okay, let's take a break at this moment. We'll come back, and the gender selection is a big one. A lot of people want to know: is it true that you can actually select, or do you just pray? I've heard people want to, even at the time where conception is actually supposed to be happening, somebody says, if you dangle a gold coin or a silver coin. I'm telling you, the things that people believe is crazy. I know CT are looking at me, but this is what actually people say. The doctor's in the house. She's going to tell us whether it's true or not. If those are old wives or witches' tales.
But dude, this is a medical doctor, not a witch doctor.
That's what I'm telling you now. So now at this point, what we're going to do is going to be able to destabilize the witches and the old wives' tales as to what can be or not be from the person who's actually been to school, seen the science, and said, let's do something about it. Okay? 7:30 on the nose. A Healthy Friday conversation around contraception and gender selection with Dr. Joan Okoh continues. We come back.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Conditions in Nairobi this morning at 14 degrees, and it is partly sunny at 14 in Nakuru and 15 and partly sunny in Nyeri. In Eldoret, 12 degrees, sunny conditions at 23 in Mombasa. It'll be sunny through Friday, and sunny conditions at 24 in Malindi. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu, and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Kakamega. 19 and raining this morning in Kampala, while Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny at 22. Johannesburg is cloudy at 7, with Mogadishu sunny conditions at 25. It's 13 after the haze. It's sunny in Addis Ababa, and at 25 in a mostly cloudy Lagos. We'll see 24 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa. It's coming in busy around the Thika Super Highway, just around Survey. As your service lanes come to an end, it's busy then getting towards the CBD. And Landis Road is also packing a punch as you get towards the Kamkunji roundabout. Traffic coming off of Lusaka Road as well, and that looks like it's going to be busy for a minute. As coming off Ngong Road, nothing much, but it's Friday, so look at Magadi Road, and that traffic is starting to build as you get past the Multimedia University out then towards that Langata Road junction, so that will be busy. We can already see that happening. Coming in on the Eastern Bypass and getting towards North Airport Road, and then touching on Outer Ring, this whole area coming in towards Cabanas at the interchange. That'll be busy for most parts of the morning, so we're here for it. Let us know what is going on, where you are, in an attempt to keep things moving. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, at 27 minutes to the top of the hour. Our conversation this morning, our Healthy Friday conversation, is with Dr. Joanne Okoh, who is a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. And we were looking at contraception and getting into the conversation around gender selection. Titi's looking at me because he wants to ask something. Okay.
You know, this conversation always puzzles me.
Okay.
It really does, because, and that's why I premise what I said earlier on in terms of people want children, some don't, some have partners. All these things around contraception. My question, aside from the obvious benefits, meaning you can decide and determine when it is you want to have a child, what other benefits are there really?
For contraception?
Yes.
The non-contraceptive benefits, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As I said, most of them actually have benefits beyond family planning. And there are some situations where we may initiate these contraceptive options just for those medical reasons, not just for family planning. Yeah. So.
Okay. At what age should one actually begin getting information about contraception so that one actually understands it?
From adolescence.
Okay.
Yeah.
And who is it? Boy child, girl child, both? And what sort of details must be included in this education?
I would say both of them, because a child or getting pregnant involves two people, right? It involves a girl and a boy. So it should start as early as adolescence, because once you've hit adolescence, you are actually potentially able to get children or to make someone pregnant. So what it should involve, I think, beyond just the menstrual health that we do among girl children, it can also involve how to things to do with sex, when to have sex, in what situations, relationships, and the risk that comes to relationships sometimes, such as violence and STIs, and also how to protect yourself from getting pregnant, because adolescence pregnancy is also a big deal, or teenage pregnancies, and it comes with its issues, of course, and that's a conversation that adolescents, well, they're children still, should understand and also be familiar with what are the options available if at all they have to be sexually active to prevent themselves from getting in such situations.
You know that, okay.
Oh, that's the ideal situation, but how readily available is this information?
Unfortunately, it's not, but we're trying to do something about it in terms of just public education, talking about it more, trying to empower people in churches and in various groups so that people are empowered and they have this information available, and also, of course, in schools, getting it out there in the schools where the children are learning.
How do religious organizations receive this information?
Well, it varies among churches, among religious groups. There are those ones that are more receptive. There are those ones that they don't want, especially when it comes to adolescents, because no one wants to talk about adolescents having sex, right? People want to talk about abstinence and things like that. And we know that it's not possible for all of them to do that. So it's not a welcome topic, unfortunately, in many religious groups. But there are those ones that are very receptive of it.
In the time you've been in this particular field, would you say that messaging that comes from religious groups is more readily acceptable, or is it that the messages that come from other sources, like, say, the media?
Religion has a way of convincing people and people believing it. As I said, it's the opium of masses. Someone say that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so information gotten from religion, because it's a matter of, I think, faith. You don't have to be factual about it. People believe it and they receive it more compared from information gotten from media or medical experts, for example. So I think religious group is one of the groups that we really need to make sure they have the right information and are receptive, because people believe them more and people rely upon them more. Yeah.
So, I mean, there are those who believe that contraception is a contravention of a religious belief.
Yeah.
Yes,
right?
certain religious tenets.
Yes, that you are playing with the natural way of things by using contraception.
I know.
And so what that has resulted in for a lot of people is repeated pregnancies. Over and over again, women are pregnant, delivering babies, in some cases, unfortunately, losing the baby, which is a traumatic experience physiologically. I'm not even talking about the psychological trauma. What the body has to go through every time it's in a state of pregnancy, or what the body has to go through when it loses a pregnancy, is traumatic physiologically.
Yeah.
Could you tell us some of the dangers related with repeated pregnancy that many would say contraception essentially would take care of?
Beyond just the economic bit of it, the physical bit, that's what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So, of course, being pregnant causes a lot of toil on someone's body. It's not easy. It's not a walk in the park. For 9 months, you're pregnant, you're carrying a human being, and it causes a lot of changes literally in every bit of your body, from your blood to how your lungs function, how your organs function, every bit of it. And if you don't have enough time to recover from these experiences, it takes a toll on your body eventually. And also, there are some situations where pregnancy itself puts you at risk of getting, for example, things like high blood pressure or diabetes, and that can kill you. Eventually, especially the more you do it, the more you're at risk of having these conditions repeatedly come to you when you're pregnant, and those eventually can actually cost your life. So it's not a walk in the park to just be pregnant. In fact, there are some situations where if a woman has gotten some medical problems, we can advise them never ever to get pregnant again, because the next time they may be pregnant, it might actually be the end of them.
How do you deal with a situation that becomes sticky when there's an insistence that you should not use some of these methods, but you can actually see that the life of this woman could be in danger?
Well, autonomy is a big deal in medicine. At the end of the day, we want you as much as possible to make your own decisions regarding your health. So we will empower you with information. We will give recommendations. If need be, strong recommendations. We will tell you, we strongly believe you should not do this. But at the end of the day, the decision is with the human being in front of you. Yeah. So as long as you're more than 18 years, an adult, you can make your own decision. Unless it's a child where you may do interventions. For example, if the guardians or the parents are declining an intervention, you can go even through the legal system to overcome that. But for someone who is an adult, really it's just up to them. So you can just rely on relaying the information and try to make them understand why you're making the recommendations that you're making.
The association you belong to is a very powerful association.
Which
the OBGYN Association.
Okay.
Not the Kenya Medical Association.
Okay.
But the OBGYN.
Okay.
Have there been attempts to try and influence the education sector to ensure that education, not around contraception, around sex? Because in the absence of sex, these methods are not really very necessary.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I say this because there's always a back and forth again with religious groups, the issue of morality around it, and yet there is the need for people to be informed. Now, the sort of power that association I speak of wields is profound.
Yeah.
Have there been efforts to try and arrive at a middle ground where the education sector can find a way of working with them so that, again, this information is provided for in a timely fashion, so that somebody grows up knowing and understanding that this is what you do, this is what happens. Now, there are those who are of the persuasion that any discussion around sex is not good because it promotes promiscuity. That is nonsense.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't. Have there been such efforts?
Other than beyond education, really, I'm not aware of any specific efforts that unfortunately we have made towards doing that. So maybe it's something that we really need to take up. As you say, we are a powerful organization and we can do much.
You know, we have something called the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development.
Yeah.
Whenever we talk about the things that people need to know, the other day we were talking about the Constitution and the need for it to be part and parcel of the learning curriculum so that children grow up understanding what the Constitution is about and what their rights are.
Yeah.
I say this because with that knowledge, even if someone ventures into risky behavior, they have knowledge.
Yeah.
As opposed to venturing when you
Without
actually have
awareness.
no knowledge whatsoever, or the knowledge you have is incorrect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very true. I agree.
One of the big issues also when it comes to obstetrics here, from the side of the one who is having the baby or the ones who are having the baby, is gender selection. Call it an old wives' tale or a myth, but maybe you can debunk that myth if it is one, that you can actually do something or you can actually influence or do certain things that will either guarantee that you have a male child or guarantee that you have a female child. Can we look biologically first at how the sex of a baby is determined?
Okay. So biologically, you need a sperm and an egg for them to meet and fertilize. And in these ones, they carry what we call chromosomes or sex chromosomes. A female will carry XX and a man will carry XY. You need one of each for you to make a baby. So the female, being the fact that she produces only XX, they'll always give an X, right? But the man, given that they carry an XY, sometimes they may give an X, sometimes they may give an Y.
Sorry.
Yes.
So women with XX, what they give is that is male.
The X is the female.
The X is the female?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So how is it non-determinant?
So I'll just go back a bit.
Okay, please.
So you need an egg and a sperm to fertilize.
Yes.
An egg carries XX and a sperm carries XY. When they meet and fertilize, they donate one each, right?
Yes.
So the female, being the fact that she carries XX, she'll always give an X at whatever point because she has two of them and they're both X's. But the man has two, one is X, one is Y. So at some point they may give a Y, sometimes they may give an X. When they give an X and the woman gives an X, of course, that becomes a girl.
Yes.
But when the man gives a Y and the woman, of course, has given an X, that becomes a boy.
So, can we say here, for all history and all future, that the determinant of the sex of that baby is carried by the man?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That is very clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do we need to say it again? Because there have been centuries of blame being apportioned that this woman cannot give me a girl, this woman cannot give me. But it is actually determined by what the man gives.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is very true. And even them, they don't have the power to decide, okay, now I'll give an X or now I'll give a Y.
Right. So
it's really beyond.
Random.
Yeah, it's random. It's random.
So all these people who say they can figure it out for you,
it is all myths.
Okay, so maybe that's where we're getting to now.
Yes.
Because, look, I'll tell you, I have an auntie.
Yeah.
And she actually said, if you do 1, 2, 3, and you do 1, 2, 3, you will get a girl.
You'll get 4, 5, 6.
Or you will get a boy. And true.
It happens.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just
is it just coincidence?
It's a coincidence.
Okay,
it's a
so
coincidence.
Debunk that myth for us based on the scientific that you've given, that XX is carried by the woman, XY is carried by the male. When they meet, you will either get a boy or you get a girl, and it's random selection.
It's random selection.
How then do these myths come about?
So the myths, I think, mostly surround the ovulation process. The fact that you can time sexual intercourse around your ovulation, maybe on the day of ovulation or before ovulation or after, people believe that may influence which sperm or which chromosome the sperm will sort of give, whether it's an X or a Y, and then it may influence the gender of the baby, which of course is not true. Some people have used sex positions or a woman achieving an orgasm as part of the ways to probably get a girl, and sometimes even diet. Some people have said, if you take a lot of calcium, you'll get a girl. If you get a lot of potassium, you'll get a boy.
But there must be something that gives. There must be something that gives that idea, isn't it, Daktari? And what is that? Potassium? You said potassium boy, calcium girl.
Yeah.
What? I wouldn't imagine that somebody sat on a windy day in July and said, okay, let me think, potassium boy. There must be something that leads to that.
So people believing that.
Yeah. What would that be?
People have done some studies in the past, and they sort of gave findings that were suggestive of that as a conclusion. But going back into them, it was found to be very faulty in terms of how the studies were done, the methodology and all those things. It sort of favored the desired outcome of what they wanted to pass as the message. So studies generally that have been done and they're robust, they have shown that there's no way you can influence that, unless maybe you're doing gender determination through IVF, where you actually determine this is a boy, this is a girl, and then this is the baby I'll transfer for the woman to try and see whether she'll carry it to term. But naturally, there's nothing you can do.
And do consider, when it comes to issues of contraception, it comes to issues of having children, imagine a situation where all the social norms that we're brought up with, and then you throw in all the myths and the misconceptions around this thing, and then the desperation when somebody wants a certain, first of all, just child, then a certain gender. You'll believe anything.
You will believe anything.
You will. Because, I mean, it's a traumatic experience that you have to go through, and then not being able to meet expectations. And we can't run away from the fact that the pressure, first of all, to have a baby in the first place, to even get pregnant, and then the pressure to be able to deliver a particular sex, that a lot of that pressure rests on the shoulders of a woman. It doesn't really matter how you're going to look at it today, right? So, if we again go back to the science, some of the things that we hear, X chromosomes swim, or rather X. Okay.
Start again.
The sperm carrying the X chromosome swim slower than the sperm carrying the Y chromosome. Did I say it correctly? The Y is the boy.
The Y is the boy, yeah.
So the sperm carrying the female chromosomes swim slower. Is that true? Because what that does is that it gives rise to some of these myths that we've heard, that then the sperm that will carry the female chromosome will reside in the cavity a lot longer, because the male chromosomes are thought to die off a lot faster than the females, and that's why at a particular time you will find that it is more likely that contraception will then happen, and it will be for a girl, or if you ovulate right at the correct time, that the boy chromosomes will be there really quick and that you can conceive. It sounds complicated, but for some people the belief on that is so steadfast, and they practice to the letter. Are you saying, Dr. that this is all a waste of time?
It's all a waste of time. It's all a waste of time. And it's actually one of the common consultations that we actually get in clinic. People will come and they're really, really desperate for you to give them tips on how they can. It's always a boy that people want, right? It's never.
Why do people want a boy?
I don't think that's what I don't understand.
Why?
Because they feel like they'll carry the family name, they'll carry the family traditions, they'll keep the wealth in the family. People have different reasons why they prefer boys. But so it's always a boy that people are trying to get, right? Yeah, so sometimes it's really desperate because now the man probably is threatening, I'll get a different woman, or...
Then the woman gives him 6 girls. But anyway.
Or even more. And you try and it doesn't work. I believe that those people who believe it works, it was just a sheer coincidence. Maybe they tried whatever myth they had had and they got a boy or they got a girl and they thought, it's because of that. But it's actually just sheer coincidence. It doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a random selection. There's really nothing that you can do about it.
Nothing.
If it just so happens to be jiving with the things that you said you did, it just was that.
Very true. It's just a coincidence.
It's a coincidence.
It's a coincidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
So even as we continue looking at some of these things, and we're going back to the whole pressure thing.
Yeah.
So because the nature of, having children, the nature of pregnancy is it's individual, it's scientific, it's familial, society, community. It involves all of these things, and the pressure is real for a lot of people. And if we can just a little bit into then how you can actually, people have gone to the extent of making sure that they can actually prescribe what they will get. You mentioned IVF, where there's a selection that takes place, and that selection is done and then put into the woman, and then she gets that. People have gone to the extreme to get that done. Many people have gone to IVF because they're not able to naturally conceive. Are there long-term effects of using contraception regularly, that at the time where you want to withdraw that conception and have children, that then it makes it difficult? Can that be connected directly to contraception?
No, it can't. Most of the contraceptive methods, once you're done using them, you're able to actually go back to your natural fertility state. Soon, maybe maximum 3 months. The only one that may delay it a bit is the Depo-This injection. It's a 3-month injection that you get into your muscle. That one can cause a delay by even up to 1.5 years. But it's just a delay. It's not a permanent change in terms of your fertility. So if you've stayed for more than 2 years after using a contraceptive method and you're not able to get pregnant, there's probably some reason beyond contraception, because none of them causes permanent damage, unless you have done tubal ligation or vasectomy, which is a permanent contraceptive option. But otherwise, the rest are all
then we said it
reversible.
isn't really that permanent, is it?
It has a failure rate. It's permanent, but it has a failure rate of some sort.
Then it can't be permanent, can it? Really?
Well, it's considered permanent because for the situations where it works, you can't reverse it. It's not like a coil where you can remove and you're back to yourself.
I'd like to understand.
Yeah.
How do these methods, for instance, coil, how does it work?
Which one?
The coil. Let's have the coil. It's a coil.
It's a
how
coil.
Exactly does it work? How does it help you in the process of not getting pregnant? You don't want to?
So the hormonal or non-hormonal, because there are two types, both of them.
Coils now, you I was like, do you want green or do you want red? Okay.
Like this one here.
So the copper, which is the common one, it's non-hormonal. This is a non-hormonal coil.
How does it work?
This one, the copper effect, well, it looks like a T-shape and it has copper coating on it. When we place it inside the womb, it causes what we call inflammatory reaction that sort of makes it the environment unsuitable for a baby to implant there. So that's how it works.
So essentially it aborts.
No, it doesn't abort. It doesn't abort. It doesn't abort.
The process doesn't even get to a point
where fertilization will happen. So the environment is
not conducive for pregnancy.
It interferes that whole process.
It interferes with the whole process.
All right. Now, so the body understands that it has been interfered with. What if the body never recovers from that interference? So that even when you remove it, now the body is accustomed to doing what the copper told it to do, and now it's simply not playing ball. You are trying
literally not playing ball.
But the effect of the copper is short term. It's short lived. It works as long as it's there. So once it's out, the effect goes with it. It doesn't. Yeah, immediately. There are people who will remove the coil and they go and get pregnant the next month, literally.
All right.
So
and what about the one which is the
hormone?
Yes.
So the hormone works by, first of all, how can I make it simple? So the hormone works by, it has a hormone called progesterone, and the hormone progesterone causes thinning of the inner lining of the womb. That is how we take that advantage when we are managing things like bleeding and endometriosis because of that. So that thinning again interferes with the whole process of getting pregnant, and also it makes the mucus that closes the cervix. The cervix is the mouth of the womb. It makes it thick in that it's almost like a cell. So it doesn't allow the sperm to actually access the eggs.
When you talk about Depo, okay,
the injection,
yes, and you talk about the implant, there are those who have argued that some of these methods are there to empower the woman.
Yeah.
It's not something that the partner need necessarily know about, but it actually still protects them.
Yeah.
Okay? It speaks to the disempowerment that women have.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the question that I want to ask is, when something goes wrong, because none of these things, as you say correctly, is 100% proof, goes wrong in this sense. It's supposed to work for a certain period of time, and then it doesn't. You didn't want
it fails, you get pregnant.
You
That's
get
what
pregnant,
you mean. Okay.
or you remove it and you're hoping to get pregnant.
Then it doesn't happen.
And now the systems have gone on holiday. You're not getting pregnant.
Yeah.
Yes. Are these not the situations that bring about the sort of disquiet that people have in relationships?
It does. And we get a lot of disquiet even just around the topic of contraception, because there are some spouses who feel like you don't need it or they prefer this method. And for you, for one reason or another, maybe bad experiences, you prefer this other option. Or people who decide to do tubal ligation and the husband feels like, no, we are not done with childbearing. So it's one of the sources of conflicts in homes.
It's interesting because then this brings about the debate of who's in charge of whose body. Because the woman may have a very clear idea of what she wants.
Yeah.
And they're discussing. But it looks like in an African setting, the final say as to whether you're going to continue having children
is the man.
Yes.
Well, and sadly so, but ideally the woman is in charge of her body because she's a grown up.
Really?
She should be. She should be. It's her body. She's an adult. She can do whatever she wants. It's respectable that if you're in a relationship, you should respect the opinions of your partner. It's respectable that you have such a discussion because it impacts the relationship. But ultimately, the decision is with the lady.
How often do you hear patients who come to you that, this is what my husband wants?
Well, it's often enough.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because, again, societally, it seems to be the influence of the socialization that people have
how we've
through.
been brought up.
Yes.
Very true.
And yet, when you talk about empowerment, and there's this question of, look, you need to understand how to make decisions that benefit you, it is actually seen as anti-cultural.
Yeah.
And it seems like a messing up of
the norm.
Yes, accepted social norms, which don't necessarily always work in favor of the woman.
I know.
Yes.
But hopefully we change this discussion.
Hopefully we have this discussion because
hopefully we keep having the discussion because the repetition of it is then what starts to sink in the minds of many.
Absolutely. Because we can't keep doing the same thing. Yeah, women have suffered a lot. Like by the time a woman decides, I'm going to do this behind his back, she has a good reason. Why. She has a good reason.
Top conversations to keep having, necessary to have them, and we're very glad that you joined us in the room this morning. Dr. Joanne Okoh, who is an obstetrician and gynecologist. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Very important for us to have these and other conversations, and let's do it again in the near future. Asante sana.
Thank you.
The conversations continue. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. We should all be united in implementing the affordable housing project. President William Ruto said that the housing project will address several issues affecting the country, top of it being unemployment.
Housing is a very important project, as we all know. In fact, the argument I normally put across is that on this one subject of housing, we should all be united because the housing program was in the Azimio manifesto. It was on the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. I find it strange that there are people who want to oppose it for the sake of opposing. But I am happy that this program is now underway in many parts of the Republic of Kenya.
He added that the project will also address housing challenges the country continues to experience, and that while on his Nyanza tour, he will launch 2,000 houses being built in Lumumba Estate.
Among the things that I will be doing here in Kisumu on Saturday is to launch the 2,000 houses that we are building in Lumumba Estate here. We are currently building 108,000. We have 40,000 in the pipeline. We have already an extended in terms of trying to find land to construct another 200,000. Housing does 4 things for us. Number 1, housing gives us jobs. As I talk to you now, right from Lumumba here and across Kenya, we have 160,000 Kenyans working in the housing plan.
Teachers have stuck to their guns, insisting that the strike is on until that time TSC will sit down with them and agree on the way forward.
Tumeona TSC ikisema kwamba inataka kuongezea walimu contract ya miezi 4. Huo ni mchezo. Our teachers are dying in hospitals. Our teachers are unable to meet their bills. Our teachers are kept waiting for too long because of the many procedures which are produced that cover. Walimu about 1,000 hawajapata promotion for the last 15 years.
Teachers Service Commission meanwhile rejected Kupet's request for talks to end the teachers' strike. In a letter addressed to the union, the commission maintains that the union must call off the strike in compliance with Tuesday's court order. The commission says it has already resolved all the grievances previously raised by the teachers, and they must go back to work before a fresh round of talks to address any further challenges they have raised. And former Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha handed over the docket to her successor Deborah Mulongo, who assumed office on 8th of August. Now, during the handover at Afia House, Nakhumicha said that she leaves the docket having implemented reforms to boost the health sector in Kenya. Among the reforms that the former CS boasts of is the introduction of community health promoters, where over 100,000 professionals have since been trained on providing basic medical care, and also boasted of the universal health coverage.
I live with my head held very high because of whatever we were able to achieve. We did all the groundwork, so now it's up to you to fly the plane and ensure that Kenyans get universal health coverage.
Nakhumicha further advised her predecessor to abide by constitutional provisions, existing laws and ministry policies for a smooth tenure. On her part, Mulongo opined that Nakhumicha's scorecard in the ministry is notable, promising to follow through the foundations she led.
So that would really be a win for the Ministry of Health if we are able to have all Kenyans able to access affordable quality care. So we'll run with that. It is all systems go on the 1st of October 2024. As we prepare for the transition, I urge Wananchis to register themselves and their dependents into the SHA to avoid last-minute rush.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
It's critical that people pay taxes, but then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so what are we looking at with traffic this morning at the Eastern Bypass? Traffic is trickling through towards the turn-off there that takes you towards Outer Ring, so there's some traffic there. Kangundo Road is not looking too bad. We're looking at some traffic that's coming off of Thika Superhighway as well, using that loop as you get then round. There's traffic right around Survey and it's heading through towards the city. And also, as you're coming off from Ngong Road, there's some traffic here and there. Muthaiga's not doing too badly as you're coming through Limuru Road and then out towards the city as well. We're keeping an eye on all of these things this morning. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Indeed, it is the only way to start your day and even the way to end your week. Getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Tomorrow, something is happening, and let's remind you of what that is, even before we get kicking into our conversation for this hour. Very important to remind you of the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair. It's happening tomorrow. CT, you know what you can find?
Well, what you will find is a lot of information that will, in essence, answer the many questions you'll have. And what are these questions? Okay, how do I choose a university?
Yeah.
How do I know what's useful to me now? If I'm thinking of accommodation, how do I go about it? If I'm looking for a bursary, what do you call a sponsorship?
Scholarship.
How do I go about this? Well, the answer is really very simple. You begin by registering.
Yep.
When you register to Cradle, then you will be invited. When you're invited, there will be experts and representatives from very many universities who will be able to answer almost any question that you may seek to ask.
Fantastic. And they'll all be in one room tomorrow, the 31st of August, at the Gallant Mall in Parklands from 11 to 4 p.m. Universities will be there from very many different countries. You can apply for admission on the spot and actually get your admission tomorrow. You can, find out about the amazing scholarships that are available, about accommodation needs. Even visa people will be there to tell you what you need to do. Like CT said, register on www.cradle.com. Give a call on 0799, that's 0799 000 444. All the information you need. Get registered, get an invite, be there tomorrow. Go in the morning, unsure, leave in the afternoon, sure. All right, so this morning, we will have a conversation around what has happened in terms of the tenure of Lynn Mengich at the SRC. The chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, Lynn Mengich, is our guest once again this morning. Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I don't like this.
Why?
Because you're leaving.
That's good for me to hear.
I must register that from the very beginning. So maybe that sets the premise then for this conversation.
Yes.
Okay. And I think a lot of people, it's just one of the things that you expect where, okay, SRC Lynn is there. She's going to be there. So we just keep it moving, right? It's like, we don't just continue what you're doing and nobody should bother you. But we look at that. I think it's a little bit more elevated than that, is it not? In terms of the different things that have been done and the milestones that have been reached, and then let's go through some of that today. But it's a pleasure to have you here. You're in the hot seat again, and let's welcome you before we start to turn up the heat a little bit. We'll welcome you the proverb from CT, and it's an interesting one today. I like it very much.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the People's Republic of Algeria. Interesting country, this one. Very, very interesting indeed. Mm-hmm. The natives of the country are actually the minority in the country. They are the Berbers. It's written Berber, but it is English, we say Berbers. They comprise them like 20% or 20-25% of the population. The other citizens of that country are actually of Arabic origin. And this country has actually had very many cultures and civilizations crisscrossing it. I mentioned at the beginning of the week, from Phoenicians to the Byzantines to the Romans to the Greeks to the Turks. All these people have at one time or the other claimed. Then, of course, the French came in at the end. Okay? Mm-hmm. Now, the proverb. Speak kindly or refrain from talking. Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
What do you think about that, Lynn?
Very interesting proverb. I guess in my mind I'm thinking, yes, speak kindly. What does really mean to speak kindly? Because when you say speak kindly or refrain, so what does kindly mean? Does it mean you don't say the truth? Or does it mean I worry about your reactions more than the truth? Or does it mean be kind by telling people the facts and the truth and they deal with it? So what does kindly really mean in this context?
What do you think it means?
I actually think it just means that to be kind means that I tell you the truth, even if it hurts. And that really, it's not about you, it's about the facts, that are placed before you. And then it says, or so be kind or don't speak.
Take for instance, if someone disagrees with you on something which they have a little more knowledge than you do, the option is, what do you use for thinking? Use your brain, or I think there may be an alternate perspective on this subject. Perhaps maybe I could share with you.
Yes, the way you pass the message matters.
Yes,
not just the message.
Yes.
It is the how.
Thank you. Now that is where the consideration comes in.
It is
where
the how.
That's where the kindness comes in.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is getting us into a conversation around where many truths may have been spoken, but maybe they've not been so kind. Many kind things have been spoken, but maybe they were not so true. But if we look at the last 6 years, we're calling this the exit interview because you've decided to speak with us this morning about, okay, it's been 6 years as the chair of the SRC. Let's do an overview. When you took this appointment 6 years ago in 2018, what did you think you were getting into this chair role to achieve?
You know, the good thing is that the Constitution is very clear on what is expected of the Commission, including the role of a chair. So as I took this mandate, what I could see is what is written there. You know, that you've got to worry about the wage bill in Kenya. Is it affordable? Is it fiscally sustainable? It was also very clear that there was a concern by Kenyans on equity and fairness in pay, in remuneration, and that we've got to address it. There were concerns around ability to attract and retain the skills in the public service. There were concerns about performance and productivity. So it was very clear that there were concerns on the wage bill, but beyond the wage bill number itself, but other elements of remuneration. But probably what I didn't realize at that point was, because it's a constitutional mandate, then you expect that all state organs understand it and would then work with you in the journey. But obviously there are people who look at it differently, and striking that balance of the expectation from state officers, from other public officers for increased pay is something that we had to start looking at differently, because on the surface of it, we should all be walking the same path, that the wage bill is high. We should all be saying, yes, let's get to where it should be. But I think the reality is a little bit different when you then see that you have to balance the needs of the taxpayers, the needs of the public officers who expect a pay increase, and sometimes ignoring even the economic situation and the realities as they are. Yes.
So the wage bill, would you say that over the last 6 years, the wage bill and the huge responsibility that then you had to make sure that you keep things manageable in the face of, because, I mean, really, I don't think there was a time that you had stepped into this position that the economy was doing so well that you didn't have to worry about the wage bill. So was it a continuous monkey on the back of the commission to make sure that you're staying within this huge responsibility?
Absolutely. The entire period as we came in that year, the wage bill to revenue ratio was quite high at 51.5%, and the target is not more than 35%, which is spelled out in the PFM Act. So it actually says not more than.
Yeah.
So as we come in, you can see that the wage bill is way above the target, and at the same time, it was very clear that the expectations from the public officers, both state and non-state officers, was to increase pay. So from the onset, it was very clear that we've got to stay focused, and as you rightly said, just 1 year down the line, COVID-19 struck, right? What happened to the economy? So again, we had to always be on the alert to see where is the economy taking us, and can we afford any increase at all. But at the same time, there is also cost of living is going up.
Yes.
So as the cost of living is going up, employees expect some adjustment. But at the same time, the economy is not doing well. So yes, absolutely, for the entire 6-year period, you've got to be alert. You've got to see what's happening in the environment and ask that question: can the economy afford? Can the taxpayers afford to take this burden at the expense of development and other government priorities?
So when you look at salaries and remuneration, I mean, and it is for government spending, for state officers, for public officers. It is how much they would earn, essentially. What fueled the decisions at any point to either increase or decrease? Because it would seem as if the SRC was there to say, okay, every now let's raise this by 5%. But we did see that during this time, there was often a decrease of how much. Sometimes there was a complete removal of certain things, allowances here and there. What fueled those decisions, and then how would you then make sure that there was a balance?
The first thing that fueled that decision is about affordability and fiscal sustainability of the wage bill. When we talk about fiscal sustainability, we are just simply asking, can the country sustain it going forward? But there is also the question of affordable. Do we actually have the cash to pay? That's affordability. And then the other question which we kept asking is about the equity and fairness in pay, and whether that pay should actually be paid. I'll give you an example. The allowances that you mentioned that we abolished. When we looked at plenary sittings for members of parliament, for MCAs, so you're getting a salary,
yes,
and you're being paid to do the same work. So that amounts to double compensation. So that is now not about affordable so much, but it's about, is it fair to pay for what looks like double compensation? Because you already have a pay, why should you get a sitting allowance? Or the same way we looked at internal task forces that were formed by different state organs. So you form a task force internally to discharge the very responsibility that you are supposed to discharge. So we have task force committees, internal committees. So again, those we had to abolish. Again, it is that question of, is double compensation? It is not fair. You know, we also had taxable car allowance that used to be paid to cabinet secretaries, permanent secretaries. That again, we abolished for the same reason. And the judges also were part of that. They're also getting that taxable car allowance. Although, of course, that matter went to court. But all that is about not just worrying about the wage bill growth, but it's worrying about the equity and fairness in pay, and whether indeed we can say that the taxpayer should actually shoulder that pay as is. So those are the things we have to keep balancing all through.
As you talk of balancing, just walk us through, one, the mandate of the SRC and the powers that you actually have, or the absence of powers that you actually have, because we sometimes may assume that you're able to do things which you actually cannot do.
That's true. In terms of the mandate is to review, set remuneration and benefit of all state officers.
Review and set.
Yes, for all state officers. Okay. The second mandate says to advise both the national and county government on remuneration and benefits for all other public officers. So other public officers, meaning not state officers. But then the Constitution goes further to spell out the how. So that's the mandate, but it then spells out principles by which we make those decisions. So there are 5 principles, 4 in the Constitution, 1 principle in the SRC Act. In the Constitution, the first principle is that one of the need to ensure affordability, fiscal sustainability of the wage bill. Then the need to ensure attraction and retention of requisite skills to discharge functions of government. The need to recognize performance and productivity. Transparency and fairness. Then in the SRC Act now speaks about equal remuneration for work of equal value. So that also is about equity, but also speaks of fairness. So that spells the how. Now you've asked about, so what are the powers of SRC? What powers do we have? So we do have the power to set to advise, as I've mentioned. But what we don't have is to completely enforce everything the way we would like. So enforcement sometimes is not all of it in our power. The other thing is...
Who shares this power with you? The enforcement?
Okay. let me give you an example.
Please.
We do carry out monitoring and evaluation.
Yes.
So we might find that we have advised on sitting allowances, right? And you often find in the report of the controller of budget, there will be a report saying that this county assembly or this institution, they have had sitting allowances that is way above in terms of the amounts what SRC has advised. So at that point, who then enforces that? Because yes, we have said this is the maximum that you should count sitting allowances because we put a maximum. But you've gone ahead and gone above that. Or, then who then enforces that? Absolutely. Then that now is no longer within the mandate of SRC to enforce. Okay. So we have set. So that's just one example. And other areas, for example, is when it comes to the wage bill, the drivers of the wage bill are many. Some are within the control of the commission, some are not. So we can control the rate.
Yes.
And we set and we advise. But when we look at what else is actually driving this wage bill, one of the biggest drivers is the numbers. See, that's not within the purview of the commission. So you will find, for example, and you'll see in the wage bill, part of the growth is attributed to employee numbers.
Yes.
Now, those employee numbers, they're not necessarily bad because, we are a developing country.
Yes.
Our population is growing. So as your population is growing, there are certain services you must, as a government, provide. And education, security, health, you will see growth in those numbers. And we have no problem with those numbers. But sometimes you actually see numbers that are worrying. And we see this especially after every election year. In the county governments, when a new administration comes on board, they tend to recruit. And you see some of this recruitment is more political than is required. Yeah. But that decision to hire is not within the purview of the commission. We cannot enforce. That is not our mandate. So that's why I say there are areas we can control the wage bill and it is within our power. But on the other hand, there are certain drivers that are not really within the absolute control of the commission. Yes.
Okay. It's interesting that you say that because then you can set and you can recommend. But from what you're saying is that there is, or let me ask, is it then possible for anybody within a seat to then say, yes, SRC has set, it's constitutional, they've recommended, but we're going to put that aside for now and then just go the way we want with an HR function? So even with the set and recommendation, they are bound to follow what SRC is saying.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That one is absolutely. Once we set, then you must implement.
Okay.
Once we advise, it is the same. It is binding to the institution. First of all, it is binding to obtain the advice. And then once it is given, then it is also mandatory to comply with that advice.
Have you found that in the last 6 years, Lynn, that there has been a saving or that there has been then prudent spending when it comes to salaries and remuneration?
Is there prudent spending in this space? I'll say it in two ways. One is we've got concerns on payroll. And you may note that in the last wage bill conference, it was one of the resolutions that as a government, we need to have an integrated payroll system that then allows all players, including the commission, to actually be able to see what is going on. Why is payroll, for example, a concern? Is because, for one, we have payrolls that are manual. And if you have a manual payroll, it is very difficult to control, and they are there.
Yes.
You have manual payrolls or you have multiple. So you have an institution that has both automated payroll. They also have another payroll that is not automated. So the essence of payroll, then I would say, I cannot say absolutely that there is proper utilization of that resource because we need to have an integrated system where all the payrolls, then we are able, for example, as SRC is able then to go in and see what is happening on the ground. But yes, we have advised. But can we absolutely say everyone is complying to that? Probably not. So that is one of the gaps that we still see in terms of ensuring prudent management of public resources. But if we look at the entire wage bill itself and say, are there loopholes? They will be there as long as we don't have a fully integrated payroll system that enables different institutions to interrogate that payroll properly. Yeah.
Okay. So has there been a saving that has been made?
Yes, we have made savings, a lot of savings. I'll give you an example. Is on an ongoing basis. SRC receives requests, very many requests for different allowances, for pay reviews, and just from 2020 alone, because that is when we began really tracking this, we received requests worth 150 billion. Just the requests, okay? We approved 46 billion. So you can see out of that alone, we are able then to release, technically 105 billion. Meaning that if there was no SRC, these institutions could have just spent that money.
The money.
Right? But because there is a commission, they must come to the commission with their proposals. We must then analyze and advise. So you can see that savings. We've also had savings in the allowances that I mentioned earlier that were, that SRC abolished, amounting to over 11 billion. So yes, we've had savings just by SRC prudently looking at the requests that come through and being able to advise on lower amounts than the requests that we receive, abolishing the allowances that we see ought not to be there. So the answer is yes, we've realized the savings worth a lot of billions, 105 and then 11 billion on the allowances, yes.
Okay, let's take a break on that point and then come back, because politics has a lot to play in this. And when you would make a certain pronouncement, when you would say certain things coming from the commission, of course, there was hullabaloo all over the place, especially when it came to abolishing of some of these things. And so then to make the separation between what was brick and mortar for the commission in terms of what you're constitutionally mandated to do, and then playing within the politics of the day, where a lot of times those individuals are saying, no, we'll touch everybody, but don't touch us. Let's see how the SRC navigated those waters. We'll come back after the break. We're talking with Lynn Mengich, who is the outgoing chairperson of the SRC. We'll come back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start.
A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, nin there, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Nairobi, get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair will be held on Saturday, 31st August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Gallant Mall, Parklands, Nairobi. This is an invite-only event. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions, what we continue with in Nairobi today. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 13, and we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 13 in a currently sunny Nakuru. It's 15 and sunny looking into Nyeri with highs of 24, and we'll see highs of 25 in a sunny Eldoret at 16. It's 24 and sunny in Mombasa and 26 and sunny in Malindi. 22 sunny conditions in Kisumu, and into Kakamega it's sunny at 19, going to highs of 30. Kampala, the rain showers continue at 21 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam. Johannesburg is sunny at 9 degrees, while Mogadishu at 26 is sunny, and 15 and cloudy in Addis Ababa. It's 25 and cloudy in Lagos, with 23 and cloudy conditions in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, it's still busy in the city this morning. We're seeing some heavy traffic coming in on right around Muthaiga, that's Limuru Road, and it's going to take us into the city. Also on the Thika Superhighway, still continues heavy right around Survey. Into and out of the CBDs, we're seeing a lot of action this morning, but nothing at a standstill, so I think that's good. Getting into the weekend easy breezy. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
26 minutes towards the top of the hour with that conversation. It continues, and Lynn Mengich is here with us, the chair of the SRC. And even as we continue, when you took up this position and want to look at some of the politics that essentially fueled the situation, when you made decisions and looking at the challenges that you faced taking on what was bound to be controversial from the very minute you said, I will do this, what are some of those ups and downs that you had to face going through and making some of these decisions? Lynn?
Well, the first year when we just came on board, the first case was about the house allowance for members of parliament. And this is a situation where the members of parliament felt that they should be paid a house allowance. And when we looked at the analysis, it was very clear that it is a no, because they have a consolidated pay. So if you have a consolidated pay, then you cannot say that you now must add on a house allowance. So our initial conversations with the Parliamentary Service Commission, we were very clear to them that this is our position, and they chose to take it on to court. So, of course, before we went to court, there was a lot of discussion around it, which wasn't very pleasant. But yes, the matter went to court. We went through the court process, but we are happy to say that in the end, actually, the commission was right, and the court ruled that they are not entitled to the house allowance. The next stage was, of course, because they had been paid this money, was the recovery, because, the court says whatever has been paid has to be recovered. So that wasn't very pleasant for a number of them, because they felt strongly, recovering money. It's not always an easy thing to recover money,
especially when you don't have it.
Yes, when you you've already used it, obviously. So that wasn't pleasant. It was a political situation where there was a lot of pressure to say we are entitled. But in a way, when I look back, it is good that it went through the legal process, because then the court then pronounced itself and clearly said this is the way it is. And we've had a number of those instances where the court then has had to interpret the mandate of the commission. The other one, you recall, there's a time during the BBI process. And at that point, the trade unions, especially COTU, was very loud about disbanding SRC. And it became a chorus everywhere as there was a caravan on the BBI. It was going with that message of disband SRC. And it was also a question of really not understanding and not appreciating the role of SRC. At that point, the trade unions felt that SRC was interfering in the collective bargaining negotiation process. Because you remember, before SRC, there is a tripartite that negotiates, and it's in the law, and we respect that. It is a tripartite. It is the employer, it is the employee, and then the Ministry of Labour comes in.
Yes.
But here now, the Constitution has brought another arm, which is the SRC. So it took a long time for everybody to understand where is the role of SRC in this tripartite discussion. And we kept saying, look, our role is to advise the employer. We're not dismantling the tripartite. We're simply advising the employer on behalf of the taxpayers on what is affordable, and that you can only negotiate within the parameters that SRC has advised the different institutions. So that was a lot of noise for a very long time. It was unfortunate that BBI discussions, it rode up on that. It became a political discussion. But in the end, what then has happened is we took a step to actually develop very clear collective bargaining negotiations guidelines. We spent a lot of time in sensitization forums with the stakeholders to understand our role. We went further to develop a curriculum with Kenya School of Government on collective bargaining negotiations. That has helped, and it has quietened that space that, at the beginning there was a lot of uproar around the role of the commission. As we exit, I'm happy that there is better understanding. I'm not saying absolutely accepting, because when you still come back to us, and unfortunately we still find employers going ahead to negotiate very well knowing that they have not sought the advice. Then when they come, then obviously we are saying no, because you've gone outside the parameters in the Constitution. So we still find that once in a while, but the majority are beginning to appreciate the role of SRC and stick to that.
Okay. A commission that deals with how much state and public officers will be paid, whether or not they will receive allowances in addition to what they earn, whether that will be decreased over time. It doesn't matter how you look at it, it is going to be heavily political in nature. Yes, we did. We heard chants many times coming from Parliament, coming from assemblies, saying yes, Lynn Mengich and her SRC must go. Because what you're doing essentially is that you're curtailing development by curtailing how much we're able. How are we supposed to do our job if every time you've come with your pen and you've said, cross this out? There's also the thought that came and said, well, you're doing bidding for somebody. You heard this. You heard it over and over again. You came under attack very many times where people would say that the commission is there to do the bidding of certain quarters. And there was also the call for, like you said, disband SRC. There was also the call for, Lynn Mengich not getting this thing right. You're curtailing development. How did you deal with that?
It's always being faithful to the Constitution. You stick to the mandate, and that's what we did. Is at the end of the day is to remember that the people of Kenya put the SRC in the Constitution for a reason. And they have entrusted the Commission with a responsibility. That responsibility is spelled out. It is very clear. So as we navigated these waters, yes, there will be those who are saying you're curtailing us, you're not doing this, some saying you're doing bidding. At the end of the day, it is about we know we are doing the right thing because that is what is required of us in the Constitution. So that is really how we navigated all the waters. Having said that, it doesn't mean that we just, bulldoze our way and say this is our mandate. We must do it. And I guess it goes back to the proverb of kindness that you talked about at the beginning. It is the how. The how you navigate the waters is very, very important. Yeah. And one of the things that from the onset as a commission, we deliberately put in place a process for stakeholder engagement. We even have a committee of the commission that looks at stakeholder engagement, because we did realize that it is not going to be easy to just say this is our mandate, we must do it, because the other party must also understand where you're coming from, understand where we're coming from, so that when we say we're freezing salary structures, for example, during the COVID, although it was obvious to everyone that the economy cannot sustain an increase, it was not enough to just say we are freezing salary structures. We then had to speak to all institutions, explain to them what this means, and how to navigate the discussions also with the employees, because there are expectations. So deliberately bringing on board stakeholders did help. The other one, which you also we did twice, is to convene the National Wage Bill Conference.
Right.
We called it national because the discussion was not about government speaking to itself alone. It was, one, bringing all the government stakeholders, but also including civil society. We included private sector. We brought in the Taxpayers Association. So bringing in everybody so that we have one conversation around the national wage bill. So that then helps to ensure that we walk along with everyone. So in the end, it's really, in summary, is to say, yes, as a constitutional commission, we are independent, but from the onset we realize that that independence also means that you are interdependent, and therefore you must collaborate and work together with the other arms of government without compromising your mandate, but so that you work together. They understand where you're coming from. And in the end, you may not agree. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we may not agree. But at least we have had that conversation, and you know where we are coming from and why we may not agree to your point of view. And we also hope that they have understood us in that way. So it doesn't mean everything was always smooth, because we still ended up with very many court cases.
Yes.
You know? But at least we've had the conversation.
So the wage bill conference, which I wanted to touch on as well, it was in a couple of months ago, and the president was in attendance. The number was 35, and to have a conversation with all those bodies who are involved in making sure that you can actually bring down the wage bill, because what we're talking about now, wage bill, is that the monies that you pay in remuneration, salaries, emoluments, all of these things, to bring that number down to 35. One of the critical issues I remember watching and hearing was the numbers that you spoke of, which you have no control over. So even if you recommend or assign a particular amount of money, if you're not able to reduce the numbers, it really then becomes an exercise in futility. But what did you agree on that can actually be followed? 35% is the goal. It is very ambitious in a very short period of time. But what did you agree on? Or was it just another conference to show that, there were words being spoken?
We agreed on 10 resolutions. 10. There are 10 resolutions. The previous conference, there were more, and we implemented 80%, so they are implemented. In these 10 resolutions, because I can't speak on all of them, but just to pick maybe one or two that will really, really help to drive the wage bill down. One of them was to take the ownership to the stakeholders and to say to every institution that they will develop strategies and plans on how they will achieve the 35%. That is a resolution that every institution will now go back, develop that strategy and plan on how to get to 35%. Now, then on the numbers, which you have rightly mentioned, it is not within the purview of the Commission to design the organizational structures and to approve staff establishments. That's the other area that there was a specific resolution on staff establishments, because when we looked at the approved staff establishments today, on average, government is operating with 62%, around 60% staff establishment. And the wage bill is where it is today, which means if we filled it to 100%, it would just go overboard.
Through the roof.
Completely. And that's a big worry, is that you have staff establishments that are approved, meaning that the institution can actually recruit, right? And therefore, it was good to have the conversation and say, no, this staff establishment needs to be relooked at afresh and come up with staff establishments that is aligned to achieving the 35%. That is a resolution of the conference that now rests with other actors to initiate and implement. The same with organizational structures, the way they are designed. Because in the wage bill, in the discussion, it was very clear that one of the problems is the organizational structures are designed for career progression, not necessarily for a fit-for-purpose organization. Right?
There's something that comes to mind even as you're speaking. I'm thinking, I actually hear what you're saying very clearly, but what is it that seems to be our understanding about job creation? Because everything we are seeing, it appears that those who are in decision-making processes, like Parliament, seem to think that job creation means government employs people. The issue of growing the economy so that within the economy, people can find
jobs.
Yes, and that doesn't seem to be an emphasis, because whether it's the county government, the national government, same problem. And there seems to be a fight to ensure, the county government is a mess. But anyway, there seems to be this fight that everyone must be employed within the government, or ways must be found to get people to employ within the government, which means then that resources that the government has will be skewed in the direction of paying salaries, resources that could have been used elsewhere.
Absolutely. The issue that you have raised is a critical point, is which one comes first?
Right.
Is the chicken and egg? Do I say employ, or do I create an enabling environment so that the private sector can grow and create jobs? Right? And that's the conversation that in the wage bill conference, we actually called it productivity. Can we be more productive as a country? Because if we are, we will grow the economy. Yes, we can. Our productivity in Africa, and we shared the figures, that in Africa we were ranked 22 in labor productivity. In the world, we were ranked 155. And yet, as a country, we are saying we've got the best talent, which I believe, actually. I know we do have very good talent. Kenya has very good talent. So why would a country that prides itself of very good talent, when it comes to labor productivity, you are 22 in Africa? That doesn't add up. And it actually calls upon Kenya to say we need to take the issue about labor productivity very seriously. If we do, we will grow our economy. If we do, we shall create employment. So you don't start by employing, you start by creating growing the economy so that you can create employment. And that is where we need to switch the two. So I agree with you absolutely. We start with growing the economy, and then you can then create jobs. You don't create jobs fast.
And yet we seem to be stuck in that limbo where that just does not happen. That it can be used, this bit said, create a conducive environment so that, things can happen thereafter. But it seems to be that it's said, but that the requisite action then, unfortunately, is not taken. And we have commissions who advise. We have people in Treasury that advise. There's an entire planning ministry that advises on things like this, planning towards the economy. Like you said, it's not just the SRC that sits alone, but they're in institutions that are interdependent. So then how would a working relationship be? What would it look like to say that you can recommend and set things here, you can plan here, you can implement here, but until and unless all of this is working in tandem, then we're actually retrogressive as opposed to progressive.
There's this thing called a Ferris wheel. Or is it the hamster and the wheel?
Both same concept.
Yes. Because look, I'm thinking, when you look at our education system, what do we train people to do? The CBC tried to get her out of the rat, but the CBC has many, many complications. Why I'm asking the question, there was this the conversation I was having with the Honorary Council for Estonia. And what she told me was something very interesting. Their curriculum requires, by the time someone gets to the level of secondary school, part of what you're examined in is A, the conceptualization of a project, the actually implementing the project while you're still a student, and the ability to actually actualize it when you leave college. So essentially, by the time you leave college, you are leaving college when you're already self-employed. And that is why you'll find in a country like that, jobs come a begging. There are more jobs than there are people who are willing to do those jobs. But given our education system and the way it's exactly constructed, it looks like we'll never get out of this right until we that particular nexus is tweaked. Because so long as people are inculcated into a culture that makes them believe that going to university automatically affords you a job where you will be employed, as opposed to you thinking of how it is, and the system encourages this, and we will never get out of this rut, especially when you look at how our populations keeps bulging.
Absolutely, and you're right. There's got to be a mind shift, a mindset change in the way we look at things. And just going back to your point, and you're saying, yes, we how do we get it done? Because we can all talk about we need to be more productive. We need to, your point, we need to look at our education system. Where do we begin? And it was the essence of, although it was a wage bill conference, it was beyond wage bill. If you actually look at those resolutions, it is addressing the core of how services are delivered in government and how we can become more productive. So when we look at this interdependence, which is so critical for delivery of any government initiatives, then the question then is, how do you ensure it's actually implemented, that they are not just resolutions, and how do we get out of this quagmire? Yes, our population is growing, there is high employment, very high expectations from the citizens, rightly so. Right. The young people are expecting more jobs. So then the question is, then where does this take us? And for me, it goes back to, we must be able to deliver. We must be able to do better. And that means having a more coordinated approach in the way services are delivered by government.
Yeah. If you were to do a self-evaluation, sometimes sticky, but if you were to give yourself a score, and with an explainer in terms of, how you then did perform over the last 6 years, from a national point of view, in terms of what the commission was mandated to do, what would that be?
Out of 10 or out of 100?
Let's do 10. It seems a little bit more much.
20 gives you more leeway.
I would say I would score, around 80% there. Yeah, I think there are things we could have done better, but yeah, I think we've done a good job.
What are some of those things you think you'd have been able to do better?
Okay, so some of the things, it's goes to, there are things we could have done better, but I want to say it was because of budget constraints, because sometimes there are things you really want to do, but you can't do because you're constrained. One of the things that we really wanted to do is how to automate our processes better, have to leverage technology. Let me say to leverage technology, because for the last 6 years when we came on board, what we really wanted is to have a data warehouse where we can then be able to interrogate using data intelligence to be able to interrogate the entire wage bill and do a wage bill forecasting. And, theoretically, we've been looking at a wage bill forecasting model that will enable us to forecast on where the wage bill is going, but be also able to have an intelligence system that really is analytical to give us the data on what is in the wage bill. So that one we didn't quite achieve. We had the vision, we wanted to do it. We really didn't get the money as it is, the budget, to be able to do that. So I can say that one we did not achieve. We would really have liked to have done a little bit more on that. And of course, in any situation, there are things that you can't always say, you've done 100%. We can do much more and better in stakeholder engagement, especially the public. I think there's
communication and awareness.
Yeah, there's a lot we do that we realize not everybody actually knows how much we've done. So we do try in terms of communication, but I think it could be better so that there is better and closer collaboration and understanding beyond our immediate stakeholders. I think the immediate stakeholders, we did a lot of stakeholder engagement, but probably with the public out there, we had 1 or 2 engagements with civil society and some of the external stakeholders, but I think it can be much better. Get other people to understand. And it's not just SRC. I actually feel we have a forum for all commissions and independent offices, and we've been asking ourselves that question, that as commissions, we have another role that we hardly speak about. Chapter 15 commissions, Article 249, gives us 3 key responsibilities. That's why I said, we can't be 100.
Right.
And it talks about promoting constitutionalism, right? And then it talks about, so when you say promoting constitutionalism, what have we promoted?
Right.
Okay. Protect the sovereignty of the people of Kenya. That's huge.
That's big.
How do you protect the sovereignty? And then it says ensure observance by all state organs on the values and principles. So that part of beyond the SRC immediate mandate, I think we could have done better, not just as SRC, but collectively as constitutional commissions. When if we are tasked then to protect constitutionalism, promote constitutionalism, protect sovereignty of the people of Kenya. And I look at it and I look back and say, how much have we done on that one? And I say probably not as much as we should. Maybe we've stuck too much on our individual mandates and focused on, let me deliver my SRC mandate.
That mandate before that.
But there is that other bigger mandate for constitutional commissions and independent offices that needs to be more prominent and to every commission to speak more to that part of the Constitution, Article 249.
Okay.
So that's why I say, that's another area.
We're coming to, we're right at the end of it already, but in 10 seconds, really, Lynn, given another opportunity to have another go at it, Constitution allowing, would you?
Yes, Constitution allowing, but it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It's a given our opportunity. Thank you. You still have some time there. It'll be interesting to see how you wrap things up. Thank you so much for being our guest this hour and continuing to look at the work that the SRC does and also of taking stock in terms of what could have been done better, time and resources allowing, and just those general attitudes. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, our conversations with you will continue into the future. Asante sana. Good morning, everybody. It is 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. You are contributing to the increase in cases of corruption in the country, especially among police officers. President William Ruto says despite admitting that the police who demand bribes from Kenyans should be arrested and held accountable, he has also blamed you for contributing to corruption by accepting to bribe the officers and avoiding the arrest. He has asked Kenyans to abandon that trait and consider ethics whenever they seek services in the public and private sectors.
I think it is time, even us as Kenyans, we stopped the culture of bribing policemen. You know, because sometimes policemen cannot resist the offers that are being made and advances on them. So this corruption thing, we must deal with it from all angles. We must make sure that we take action on the police that ask for the money, and Kenyans who give money must also be told they are part of the problem.
ECDE teachers in West Pokot County have raised their concerns over two months after County Governor Simon Kachapin gave them permanent contracts, and according to Secretary General of the Union in the county, Joseph Sarich, the contracts are not in line with the regulations set by SRC.
Kwa sahizi ni mwezi mbili sasa, unapata kwamba walimu walipewa karatasi ambayo walisema kwamba ni ya PNP, lakini ukipata ya kwamba si ya PNP kwa sababu walimu walipewa ile daraja zao ama ile daraja ambazo zisao tunasema ni job groups, au kupewa ile inahitajika kwa sababu mwalimu wa certificate ilikuwa inatakana apewe job group, aanze na job group G, na diploma at least aanze na job group H. Sasa unapata hizo zote hazikuwekwa vile inatakikana.
He argues that the salaries that the teachers receive are low as compared to other counties.
Ukikombea salaries za West Pokot, ile mishahara ya West Pokot ya walimu ya ECD iko chini sana kwa sababu ukipata zile daraja wamepewa job groups ambao nimeambiwa wamepewa job group ya clerical. Ni diploma wamepewa clerical na certificate wamepewa senior supporting staff. Unapata ya kwamba sasa unaona hiyo mishahara haiendani. Ukipata ya Turkana na ya Trans Nzoia basic salary zao ni sawa.
The Association of Hotel Owners in Malindi in Kilifi County has asked the government to speed up the expansion plans of Malindi Airport to attract more tourists to the tourist town. According to the chairperson Maureen Awur, a large percentage of tourist planes can not land due to the runway's small size. Awur has also asked various stakeholders in the community to cooperate and ensure that the residents who will be affected by the expansion get compensated by the government.
Ni ile tunajaribu kuambia serikali tafadhali wa fast track the issue of the expansion of the runway. So many flights who want to fly down here but they are unable to fly down because of the short runway. We have rumors, we do not have facts that the government is now starting to compensate the owners of that land. We should get involved as the stakeholders so that the government don't get to compensate people who are not even landowners.
This is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so where are we at? A few minutes after 9 o'clock. Traffic still continues here and there in the city. And then we're looking at the Thika Superhighway. Not much traffic today. Into the weekend. I don't know, folks just decide Friday is not the day we're going to be doing all this business with traffic. So staying away from that. Also, then coming in from Gong Road looks good. Westlands as well. As you're getting in Red Hill Link Road from James Gishuru, that is all flowing really smoothly. Keeping an eye on things, folks. Do help us out. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room. the only way to start your day.
It's 7 minutes after 9 o'clock on the final hour of the Situation Room for this Friday, as well as for the week. And getting into the weekend, what are your plans for the weekend? Are you one of those who's looking to say, okay, what am I going to do for my university education? You're finding that out for yourself or finding that out for a member of your family? Well, there are ways to navigate this because there are always questions, aren't there? Where will I go? What will I do? If I'm deciding to take my education to another country, which country will I go to? Well, some of those questions are expressly answered by Cradle because they understand you've been scammed before. I mean, there are scammers in our society who want to take your money and tell you that they can provide one or two for you. Cradle answers those questions for you and says, you know what, we've understood and we know what a university education means and we know the doors that it can open. So how about we give an opportunity for you to then say, come and listen to a plethora of different universities and the options that they have for you from different countries. We're looking at from the USA to Australia, New Zealand, Grenada, UK, Ireland, Northern Cyprus, Germany, Turkey, and the UAE, where you have options for university education. But there's a fair that takes place tomorrow. It's the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair. And what will be happening here is that universities will be on display. They come and give you the options that you have, apply on the spot and gain admission, amazing scholarships up for grabs, visa consultations right there on ground. You could come clueless in the morning and leave knowledgeable in the evening by 4. Register on www.cradle.com, dial 0799 000 444 and get all the information that you need. You walk away with something in the bag after you attend this tomorrow. All right, as we get into it this hour, for the last 4 days, there has been and continues to be a teacher strike. Secondary school teachers under the union of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers have said no. Previously, it was a combined strike with KNUT and KUPPET. And two gentlemen who join us in the studio today. The Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers is already here. Collins Oyu is no stranger to the room. Collins, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, my dear.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
You look calm, but we know that there's a storm. So this is a good thing.
Yeah. In fact, I should be very calm.
You are. You seem that way.
Yeah.
There are many things that are currently happening. Hopefully we'll also be joined by Okoh Misori, who is the SG of KUPPET.
Yeah.
And we'll go into some of these conversations this morning. But very welcome to the Situation Room. You're in the hot seat. It's hot out there. It's hot in here as well because we're looking at some of these issues and what exactly they mean. So we're glad that you've joined us again this morning. But let's welcome you properly. CT, as you know, goes around and he gets proverbs from different parts of Africa. And he has one today, and I think I liked it from the beginning, but I'd like to hear what you think about it and how you would interpret that.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the People's Republic of Algeria. Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
Right.
Seems simple.
If it's simple, yes, but I think it has a lot of meaning. When you speak kindly,
yes,
you stand to be understood also kindly. If you don't want to be kind, then you simply stop talking. You get the wrath of whoever is listening to you.
Right. That's great because you think about you're just giving you're the one expressing, but you're never really thinking about how it's being received on the other side. If you want to be understood kindly, you might want to speak kindly as well.
You have to be kind. One good thing about a human being is when you excel in being understood.
Mm-hmm.
When whoever listens to you understands you calmly, that is when you expect a good response. If you want to begin a fight, don't be kind. Whoever is listening to you, not be kind to you as well. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Looking at the matter that we are dealing with, over the last week, let's look at last week. A time like this, both unions, the Kenya National Union of Teachers, which you oversee, as well as KUPPET, which Okoh Misori oversees, had a joint stand. And that was that they're going to withdraw teaching services from schools over very many issues.
Right.
Under the umbrella of the 2001 to 2025 CBA, where certain elements of the CBA had not been implemented or honoured, as well as the most recent hiring of JSS teachers.
Correct.
When we are looking into the CBC curriculum, number one.
Right.
So taking them from the place where they were at the beginning of the year, late last year, just interns, to saying now you must hire them under PP status.
Permanent and pensionable.
Exactly, permanent and pensionable.
Right.
And so that was the bone of contention, where the union said, look, you're not going to hire them. We also are not going to join this circus.
Right.
That was the sentiment. As of last Friday, at least, that is what was very clear, that it was when schools opened on Monday, we are not going to be teaching. On Monday morning, the Kenya National Union of Teachers, again, which you oversee, said, all right, we've had a conversation and we've decided that we're going to go back to school.
That was on Sunday.
On Sunday night, actually,
Right,
sorry.
right.
In preempting school opening for some schools on Monday.
Correct.
I beg your pardon. And that was late in the evening, that announcement that was given. So KNUT teachers said, we are going to school on Monday.
Right.
Can we look at what precipitated this decision to go back? And was it that the unions were settled, or how? Just give us an idea of what was really going on and where we stand today.
Thank you. It is true that Kenya National Union of Teachers withdrew the strike notice. There's a misconception outside here that we called off the strike. We did not call off the strike. We withdrew a strike notice.
Okay.
You know, as a labor union, first of all, you have to give some alert to the Minister of Labor before you present a notice to the employer, which of course you must copy to the Minister of Labor, indicating that you are now ready to go unless your demands are met. Key to the demands was the implementation of the second phase of the CBA, which was not honored in the month of July by Teachers Service Commission, the employer. We had other issues that you mentioned, including the employment on permanent and pensionable terms of the 46,000 intern teachers, alongside other raft of issues like the medical scheme. Teachers were getting to hospitals, they were not getting treated. There were also issues of promotions that where teachers had stagnated for quite some time, and also matters of third-party deductions. You know, teachers have loans, teachers have shares taken to SACCOs, and Teachers Service Commission was not remitting this to the banks and the SACCOs. Now, when we start with Teachers Service Commission, now it was hot. You know, when you release a strike notice, it is now hot.
Yes.
And you're ready to go. You're now protected by the law, because we had actually carried out the rest that was expected in this journey now to call a strike through the notice. Then Teachers Service Commission had to invite us to a sitting at Kenya School of Government. One of the issues that was key, and I want to repeat, the elephant in the house, was the implementation of the second phase of the CBA. You know, the first phase was implemented in July 1st, 2023. The second phase was supposed to be implemented in July 2024.
Yeah.
Now, this is a document that we all signed. The top two of the union and the top two of Teachers Service Commission, that is the CEO and the chairman of the commission. The national chairman of the union, Kenya National Union of Teachers, and the Secretary General signed. A CBA must be deposited in a court of law.
Yes.
Which we did, and it is registered there. It becomes a legal document as per the labor charter, industrial charter, the laws of Kenya, and in fact, the requisite labor laws in this country. So Teacher Service Commission could not run away from it. And I want to tell you, if TSC did not implement the second phase of the CBA, it would have stopped us from negotiating a new CBA. You cannot introduce a new CBA when one other phase is not completed of the past CBA. And the deadline is the month of September. Yes, already our troops are ready from Kenya National Union of Teachers, and we have made our proposals. It would be a waste, the proposal for the 2025 CBA, 2029.
Yes.
So without implementing this second phase, it would have been a total waste. So we were to go out there and demand that this must be implemented. Other issues, promotions or capitation for medical cover, and the issue of third-party deductions.
Yes.
These are administrative issues. For example, matters of promotion. Kenya National Union of Teachers had a whole week with Teacher Service Commission in Naivasha, and we had assembled over 20,000 cases. We presented to TSC, and we were looking into these cases blow by blow. What was the reason for stagnation for this teacher? Can we get the reason? And we formed what we call a team, a technical team, with 4 from KNUT and 4 from Teacher Service Commission. And this is an ongoing process. So it is rather an administrative issue. It is not a labor issue as such.
Okay.
For the employment of the 46,000 to P&P, I want to tell you, we looked at it because when we withdrew the notice, we had a long discussion with the National Executive Council, which has the powers to call a strike or to withdraw or call off a strike.
Yep.
So these are the few issues that we looked at.
Okay.
We had a team that had 4 cases. One, these young and women went to the streets sometimes in the year. They were served with show cause letters. The same team were again served with, their contract being cancelled. The same team was invited for disciplinary action by Teacher Service Commission. The same team, that is the 46,000, were given warning letters. In our own perception and view, is this a team that you can call out and tell them, let us go on strike? Can you run out in the streets again? This is a delicate team that was already wounded. The issue of industrial action needs a lot of, strategy. If you are leading a strike that, is members are not together as they move, you stand to lose. Others will be in school, others will be outside here. And then what we looked at, the major issue had been sorted out. Implementation
of part 2.
Yes.
In implementation of part 2 of the 2021-2025 CBA, which was supposed to have been implemented by July this year.
Right.
By the time all of this was happening, with the meetings going on, that implementation took place, right?
Correct.
And we saw that some of the payments that were being sought after, whether there was an increment in salary, then was going to be taken into consideration for payments this August that ends tomorrow, essentially.
Correct.
That was going to happen. So
it has happened.
It has happened already.
Right.
So payments then have been taken into consideration.
Right.
Is that what formed the decision for Kenya National Union of Teachers to now say, all right, based on having done that, we will then withdraw the strike notice and our teachers will go back to school on Monday?
Not absolutely, because the issue of capitation for the medical cover, we were informed by Teacher Service Commission, which we confirmed, that the 832 service providers, those are hospitals, engaged by Minute, are treating teachers. So no teacher would be sent away and told we cannot treat you. We confirmed that. then again, the third-party deductions, banks and SACCOs confirmed. We have received money from Teacher Service Commission. Yeah. I've told you the other issue of promotion. My technical team and Teacher Service Commission technical team are in place and they're working on it. If you've been implemented the second phase of the CB and these other issues are also in, why else do you want me to insist that teachers must go out?
Okay, so based on that is when we now said, at least can you
let us withdraw the notice.
Withdraw the notice and go back.
And it is a meeting that took close to 6 hours.
Okay.
6 hours.
All right. Your counterparts, then I really wish he was here, but we'll see if he will come. And all unions together, though, but now we're looking at many things happening at the same time. You jointly had an agreement.
Correct.
Or am I wrong? That we said we all together are on the same page.
We are together on the same page. Can we move together and face the employer?
Yeah. The CBA includes everyone.
Correct.
Okay?
Right.
So why would it be then that NUT decides we are going to go back, but Kuppet insists that there are certain things were not done yet?
You know,
or is there
when you go to the negotiation table, let me tell you, we are duty bound to negotiate on behalf of our members. When you go to the negotiation table, you have issues, 10 issues. If you've scored 7 out of 10, do you insist that you must still remain there for the other 3? You live to fight another war. Because it is very, very dangerous to engage in a strike action where you've achieved key issues. And if you insist, you might actually shoot yourself in the leg. I just want to give you an example of a hunter. Hunters go for, whichever animal is in the bush or in the forest. Antelopes, rabbits. You've gotten the antelope. It is placed here. Do you put aside the antelope and start going for the rabbit? Issues like medical cover, which we sorted out with Minute. And I want to tell you, we made a follow-up as Kenya National Union of Teachers. We sat with Minute top brass on the 27th to confirm to us, have you received capitation from Teacher Service Commission?
Yeah.
They told us, can you make a call to any hospital that has refused to treat your teachers? And we take action straight away. Because although we've not been funded fully, and we are in contract with Teacher Service Commission, the bit that we receive, we send to these hospitals. We don't want to have teachers out there not treated at all. And we made calls. I have 110 branches in this country. And I task every branch executive secretary to make sure that these hospitals, service providers, all of them across the country, and I mentioned 832. That is not a small number.
No, it's not.
Are treating teachers are in good time. That's what is happening. So could I still wait and, have teachers outside there when my demands have been met?
Did it need to go to the place where a strike notice was issued in order for TSC to then act? Because it seems as though that is what happened. Well, it doesn't seem as though that's exactly what happened.
Come again?
That is exactly what happened. That the strike notice was issued, and that is when we saw action from TSC to do some of the things. Was it necessary that it had to wait for a strike notice to be given before they realized, okay, wait a minute, we've not implemented?
That is where we blame Teacher Service Commission. Much of this has been created by Teacher Service Commission. There are things that you must make a follow-up to very fast. We did not contract Minute. When Minute is not performing as per the contract, it is the duty of the Teacher Service Commission to make a follow-up and say, yes, we pay you for this contract. What is happening? Can you come up and save our faces? Failure to which, these teachers will go out. And exactly that was what we were prepared to do. If Teacher Service Commission could not go far and wide to make sure that Minute contracted hospitals are treating teachers, then hell would have broken loose. Yeah.
Okay. There are many calls at so primary schools now, learning is going on. Teachers are in school. This is continuing. But we cannot look at that action void of what is happening at the next level of learning. There have been calls from across board stakeholders, namely parents associations, saying, you know what, we also students themselves, especially those who are sitting their Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education exams this term, at the end of this term, who've said, okay, come back to school. We've had this discussion. After all, KNUT have come back to school because certain tenets have been met, which you've explained. Should that be the call for your counterparts as well?
Yeah, I think Teachers Service Commission should also give room to our counterparts now. You know, they went to court and there was a court order. Engaging in a strike action might seem very simple, but coming out of it, very complicated. Like in my case, those teachers who are not satisfied, you know what they told me? Secretary General, no, it is wrong to have withdrawn the notice. We wanted even to go out there for 2 days. It is long since we went out and we have good rubber shoes. We're not used to them. You get? Is that reason enough? So we are appealing to Teachers Service Commission because I saw a letter by Secretary General Kuppet proposing to Teachers Service Commission to meet them so that they can resolve the impasse. And Teachers Service Commission insisted, please, first of all, withdraw the case in court. I mean, abide by the court order, because the court order was, can teachers go to school? You get?
Yes.
I want to insist here that Teachers Service Commission should move very fast, talk to Kuppet. I know what we gained is what Kuppet will gain.
Were they speaking in silos to the different unions? Because it seemed as though everybody was called in, have a conversation with NUT, then maybe have a conversation with Kuppet, and then NUT was quickly, KNUT quickly agreed and said, let's move on.
I think
were people being spoken to in silos when the notice for strike was given kind of jointly? So why then should there be separate conversation?
I think when we gave out the notice, Teachers Service Commission invited all of us.
Yes.
And we sat together. After this meeting, we had another kangaroo meeting to weigh our options. I think we were together to say, let us guide our members of the National Executive Council, that is in my case, and Kuppet also to guide the members of the Governing Council. Those are the two top organs that will direct that the strike continues or we withdraw. When I sat with mine, they listened. They said, fine, we've gone through this route and we know how we burnt our fingers. If the key issue has been sorted out, can you promise that the other administrative issues will be sorted out? We told them, no, part of this has been sorted out. For example, the third-party deductions. In the meeting, we had members of the National Executive Council who could confirm that indeed the banks had confirmed with them, the SACCOs had confirmed with them, that the issue of the third-party deductions sorted out. You know, there's being popular and doing the right thing. I think I should focus on doing the right thing. And that is what Kenya National Union of Teachers did.
Okay.
No, the matter is now in court. You know, the mention is on the 5th of September. And yet, after it all, it is what we gained that Kuppet shall also have gained.
So are you saying that Kuppet, before you take a break, Kuppet is not doing the right thing?
No. You know, sticking on the issue of the industrial action was not very wise. Because you have to weigh and see what is it that our members have gained. I want to tell you, the CBA implementation of the second phase had two major advantages. Advantage number one is payment of these monies in arrears. Number two, an opening for negotiation of a new CBA, a 4-year cycle of a CBA, without which, if this was not implemented, you don't have any business initiating a new CBA.
Indeed.
You cannot.
the Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, Collins Oyu, is our guest this hour, and we're looking at, the current impasse. We know that KNU teachers have gone back to work. They did open the term and are teaching, but they formed, or rather gave the strike notice as a joint union strike notice. Your partners have decided they're not going back, and we're trying to look at some of the intrigues and say, what needs to be done to, number one, get their needs addressed, and number two, get them back into classrooms. The conversation continues after this. Is 28 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start the weather with SpiceFM.
Partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 16. We'll see highs of 24 and highs of 26 in a sunny Nakuru at 18. It's 17 and sunny, going to highs of 24 in Nyeri, while at 18 it's sunny in Eldoret, going to highs of 24 and lows of 18. Mombasa is sunny at 25 with highs of 29, while Malindi at 27 is sunny, going to highs of 29. It's 16 and, 25 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 31, while Kakamega at 22 is sunny with highs of 30. Kampala still raining at 23 with highs of 29, and Dar es Salaam is sunny at 27 with highs of 30. We're looking into a sunny Johannesburg at 9 degrees, highs of 14, while into Mogadishu at 28 it's sunny with highs of 30. It's 17 and cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 21 and lows of 10. Lagos is cloudy at 25 with highs of 29, while looking into a sunny Kinshasa at 24, we'll see highs of 31. Friday afternoon, sunny at 33 in Beijing, and it's 17 and cloudy in Paris with highs of 22, while London at 14 is sunny with highs of 23. New York is cloudy at 21, and that'll be the high coming into Friday.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so where are we at 9:30? Traffic is actually ebbing and flowing on the Thika Superhighway, but it's actually not so bad as you come back through then Survey. Landis Road is just a little busy as you get to the entrance of Haile Selassie. But I think traffic for this Friday morning has not been too bad, all manageable, and we're seeing bits and bobs here and there, but we'll get out of it. We're coming out of traffic hour now, so things are going to decrease. It looks good for Friday. Let's talk through the morning on SpiceFM, KE on X.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 25 minutes to 10 o'clock, and our conversation on the current impasse, specifically in this case, between the Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers and the TSC. Collins Oyu, who is the Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers, is here. As we went to the break, looking at some of the things that we said, you're saying it's right now, for KUPPET teachers to go back to class. There are also certain things that have happened, and I've been of the opinion, and we have these conversations quite some, that TSC, as mandated by a CBA, because you rightly said it is lodged, it is deposited in court,
correct,
making it legally binding.
Right.
whereas two parties, in this case, between unions and the TSC, have made an agreement, which is what a CBA is.
Yeah.
It is legally binding for them to follow the elements and tenets of that CBA.
Correct.
In the event that that does not happen in a timely fashion, there is abrogation of that agreement.
Correct.
In this case, by the TSC. Now, should they come back to the table and make an agreement about how they're going to move forward, or in this case, like you said, implement a certain number of things? We're going to pay you, it becomes evident in your August pay slip. We're going to sort out some issues. You go to hospital today as a teacher, those things are sorted out. If that has all been sorted out, why would we have a situation where TSC goes to court and puts in an injunction so that strikes must then be called off, number one? Number two, has its officers going around country and saying, those of you who have not shown up to work, we will now issue with show cause letters. And then number three, goes ahead to say that there's a court injunction in place, and if you don't get back to work, we give you show cause letters, and at the same time, even a further discussion we will not have with you until you come back to work. Meanwhile, it is the TSC who went against the tenets, like you've admitted to, of the CBA. But now they're playing hardball.
Right.
Why?
Now, I think TSC, where they sit, they have actually implemented the second phase of the CBA. If they didn't, you are right to go to court. And in that case, court would have forced Teachers Service Commission to comply. And because they feared we'd go to court about this, they simply complied. And as I told you, teachers have earned their second phase in arrears, July and
August.
You're saying this money has been paid?
It has been paid.
Let me ask the question. There was a delay, there was a threat that was occasioned by that notice. Is it that the TSC genuinely did not have the money, or is it that for some reason or the other they did not prioritize this?
I think it was not a delay.
Yes.
July 1st and our pronouncement in August, that was no delay. They totally refused to pay. They didn't pay. It was not a delay. A delay can be a couple of maybe days and weeks, and you tell us now there's a delay.
Yeah.
They literally refused to comply. The second phase was to commence on the 1st of July.
Tell us a little bit about the second phase.
Yes.
What were the details of this second phase?
The second, the CBA 2021-2025
yes,
was cashless. Cashless. There was no monetary value at all.
Yes. We're talking about things like
yes,
leaves, specifically paternity leave, such things like this,
There was, based on the COVID-19, that was explanation from SRC, that with the impact of the COVID-19, now the Salaries and Remuneration Commission has directed that new CBAs shall not have any cash component. We accepted after deliberations, but we pegged our hope in the review clause of the CBA, which came in 2023. The review clause gave a monetary gain of the CBA at 2.5 to 9%, which was spread in 2 years. And we signed. Then the agreement was, this shall be paid in two phases. Phase 1 was paid in January last year. Phase 2 was to commence in July this year. By the end of July, there was nothing. We got into August. Then we were asking Teachers Service Commission, what did we agree? What was the agreement? Where is phase 2? Are you stopping us from commencing the new CBA 2025-2029 by stopping the payment of the second phase? Now, when the worst came to the worst, and we had a pronouncement of the industrial action, very quickly, Teacher Service Commission went around looking for money. They first called us, they told us, no, look at the Finance Bill 2020. We told them, no, that is not our business. We made an agreement. This was deposited in a court of law, the Employment and Labor Relations Court. Please comply. Comply. We cannot run away from this. You go look for money. I don't know where Teacher Service Commission got the money. And it is now paid in arrears. Teachers have earned their July bit, and the August salary has the second phase implemented. Yeah.
You know, it's very interesting that something that on the face of it we were discussing, it seems fairly simple and straightforward. Well, it isn't, and it can't be, because of the number of times that your union and KUPPET have actually spoken clearly and said, look, if these matters that we agreed upon are not met, this is where I'm going with my question, my thinking. Must it get to the point where there is a strike notice for the TSC to do what it knows very well it's supposed to do, because they also agreed to do that? They signed off on it.
Correct.
Everything about it.
Correct.
They were part and parcel of it.
You're right. You're right. And that is the same question we are asking. Must we give a strike notice so that we have peace? What is happening? So, even in our further discussions with Teacher Service Commission, I think we should take this seriously. Look at the situation in our schools now. Who is to blame? Is it the unions of Teacher Service Commission?
No, I don't think so.
It is Teacher Service Commission, because if you agree, surely comply.
Right.
Must we pronounce a strike action?
I want to, you mentioned a couple of times the CBA 2025-2029.
Right.
Why is it necessary? If things are running, well, obviously they're not, the manner in which they should be, is it necessary then to continually have CBAs in place? Because it's almost as though we're saying, we need to have something legally binding, that somebody will come and check up on you in order for you to do your job the way in which it's supposed to be done. That we need to have a legal setup in place in form of a CBA, because if we do not, then the likelihood of you to do this run away into the sunset behavior that we've been seeing is going to increase. So we're trying to finish this 2025 one, and so that we can quickly put one in place so that you can check yourselves as a commission. It's not a deterioration of the process all the time having to have a CBA in place, because without one, it's evident that you will not do what you're supposed to do.
Now, CBAs must be put in place after every 4 years. That is the running cycle of a CBA. And in fact, ILO made a proposal that the best, with the current inflation globally, a CBA should have a life cycle of 2 years. We are still going by the 4-year cycle. Why? You know, our consumer index keeps on changing. Inflations keep on changing. We cannot be static. Prices of commodities, you know, keep on shooting. Now I have a team, a technical team that is working on a new CBA based on the current commodity prices.
Because if
sugar
that
5 years ago, I mean 4 years ago, was not the same.
So are you saying that if there's no CBA in place, that there's so many things that will change, and nobody is going to ensure that those things are taken into consideration for the welfare of members?
Correct.
Okay.
There must be a CBA in place.
Okay.
And I want to tell you, a CBA is based on the industrial charter, based on the constitution of this country, and the relative labor laws in this country. It has to be there. Yes. For workers, there must be a CBA.
There's a plea that's coming from those who are taught, in this case, in my opinion, primary stakeholders. They are the students.
Right.
They are. And there's a plea from them that, look, especially from across the country, the almost 1 million Form 4, 800,000+, who are saying, we're taking our exams. This is a review term, and we're already 1 week down the line without any guidance. Do you think it's when we hear those voices that we should then, everybody should say, okay, fine, for the sake of the students, go back to school? Is that something worth?
No, you know, we are also parents. As teachers, we're also parents. And if the right thing has not been done to the teacher, the impact of staying out of school will also affect my child. So let us consider workers first. But in a case where issues that should be addressed have been addressed, I think it is important that we resume work and, withdraw the industrial action. If it were not for the implementation of the CBA, which could not by any way, be escaped by Teacher Service Commission, I want to tell you, things would have not been the same. Yes.
It would have been much more different.
Yeah, but for these other issues that I've listed down here, I've been briefed you, like the third-party deductions, even our own members of the NEC confirmed that the position now is that Teacher Service Commission has remitted third-party deductions to banks and SACCOs. Yeah.
Okay. Joining us now is the Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, Okoh Misori. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
We were hoping that you would have been here some, 45 minutes ago.
Yes.
But
it was not easy because of the events that you know of.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some subtle meetings.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm very sorry.
But I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah, in fact, you can see how I revere this studio of yours.
Asante sana.
We thank you for the honor and for the respect and for coming.
Indeed, very grateful that you've come. And yes, your meetings have been going well into the night. Your meetings have been going, well past midnight into the next mornings. And it's good to hear some perspective from you as well, because this is one situation that the whole nation, not in part, but that the whole nation is involved in when we are looking at students, gone back to school, but we're looking at the fundamental issues that affect teachers. Okoh, give us a situation report, essentially, of where we are, with some elements taken into consideration. We've heard what the TSC has said. We know they went to court asking teachers to go back. We know that KNUT teachers went back to school on Monday, withdrew the strike notice essentially, and that KUPPET declined to withdraw the strike notice and have said we want TSC on the table. But then we're also hearing that there are certain demands which have been met by TSC, but KUPPET still holds fast and says we're not doing this. What's happening?
Thank you so much. I think I would have been more free to talk when my brother is not here. But now that you have chosen to have him here, I don't know whether when I throw a punch, you'll stop it.
Well,
don't worry.
He is your brother. So the likelihood
of you throwing a punch is
that can come from a brother to kill a brother.
No.
Yes, it is true that industrial action that we are involved in was part of a very protracted arrangement that we had involved ourselves in together with our brother at KNUT. He is aware that we visited their offices. They also visited our offices. We had joint arrangement and how to handle, because in the past it has been separate ways. But that granted did not work, because we moved after the last minute, and we were surprised that the demands of the teachers had been met. We were surprised, because after the last day when we had a meeting at School of Government, he is aware that the Teacher Service Commission told us, after very protracted and after a lot of cycles, which themselves are the ones who created, because they did not want KUSNET to be part of the discussion. In fact, with us, we had not known why this one was an issue, but apparently this one was a strategy to suck us deeper into the war. Now the war began. The Teacher Service Commission gave us a word that we now have the money to pay full implementation.
Okay.
And then we said, where is it?
We want to see it.
We want to see the implementation schedule, because Teacher Service Commission is an enabled commission and independent, which works with. If they were looking for money to implement the CBA, then they had already worked on how it works. So it was not there. But the Teacher Service Commission wanted us to address a joint press, which both of us refused. So we left.
Yeah.
And we
because you had not seen tangible move towards implementation of what they had said.
Of the CBA.
Okay. All right.
Secondly, there were also others, which himself is the one who summarized that we have 4 other issues. These 4 other issues, what are you saying about them? At some stage, there were emotions. And then they said, no, what was cut crossing is now given. What else do you want? I want to indicate here that the relationship between an employer and employee in that social dialogue platform is that one of equality.
Yes.
It is not that one of God giving a human being a covenant. That one is called a suzerain. He read theology. I know, because he was almost becoming a priest. If it was not because of this kind of behavior. So what happened? They read that we have given you an employer. Then he said, if you are an employer, good. But how are you going to handle the following? That one was also just in word. So that's why we are where we are. So we both sides moved. In fact, they were very fast. And we compared notes. They moved and called their steering committee. They met. I also met my board.
Yeah.
He told me they are calling their NEC, and according to them, they are not satisfied.
Why would there be conversations in silos when there was a joint notice of strike?
That is why I'm talking about treachery. Yeah, and in fact, dishonesty of the highest order. But that one is granted because we are political formations. Anything can happen.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you saying that the monies that were promised, your members did not receive? Were any payments made, or is there evidence that payments were made?
There was no payment up to yesterday. After yesterday, when there is proof that there is payment. Some banks have received the money, but not all the banks.
Okay.
By yesterday. But that day we were talking at Kenya School of Government, the CEO to the commission was in a hurry to leave to go and pay teachers. And it was not paid also. Even out of the time, we were now asking our members to make a decision on industrial action. There was no payment. There was no proof. There was no circular which could convince them that this thing has been done.
So, Akelo, what you were waiting for in this sense is if there had been some proof, even somebody has said Nime Bonyeza sent, that, money then has been paid. Are you saying that we would have said, okay, guys, there's some goodwill. We have seen that something at some level has been done. Come back to school?
That is always a consideration we make when a move has occurred. That consideration I cannot be in control of, because I am a mouthpiece of an organ or organs of the organization. I don't need to load it on them, because that is what happens. So even if that one had happened, there were a host of other issues which there were still gray areas. Now let me just tell you another issue, because in the interest of the child, which my brother would want to drum upon us, I don't know whether they are better teachers than us. That one is one. But who has made concessions in this? If the Teacher Service Commission is genuine in this, we are in a relationship. In fact, if they have gone to court, they have secured court orders and so on. that one I cannot discuss its merit because it will have its light in court. I will address myself to this. You are in a relationship. The house is burning, and from outside, instead of bringing water, you bring what we call petrol and even some peppers, and you fuel it.
Yeah.
So what happened is that when they went to court, they got the ruling ex parte, and that ruling, the first person to have informed us about that, there's a court order, were the press. Members were informing us before we were served. So
this is coming.
Yeah, this is coming. And already with them, that one was on a Tuesday. The strike began on
Monday.
So my brother has never organized a strike at the national office. He has been a participant when he was in the branch. It is easier to start than to end. I see. It is not a walk in the park. I see. So we are asking them, why don't we get away, because we are in a relationship, whether you are bruised to me. Like, for example, in the family, you can choose to tell your husband or your wife that we have children here. If we continue with this kind of fight, the matter may be in court.
Collins is here though,
yes.
And he did say he's right here, and he did say that actually he's taking the children into consideration and said, you know what, certain things have been done.
But let me tell you,
the implementation.
Let me just tell you one thing.
Just a second, Akelo. If the implementation, the July phase 2, had not happened, then we would be in a totally different place here.
Correct.
But according to what he's saying, that okay, they've done something. What we've asked, they've done. In consideration of that, go back. Is that what you're saying, Colin?
Correct. Allow me to give some response, and I'm sure you'll also be blocking my blows from hitting hard on my brother. I'm happy he mentioned that I was to become a priest. I think that is why I'm very honest. I'm honest, and I would not wish to be popular. I would wish to say the right thing and do the right thing. Teachers Service Commission sat with the two teams, the two unions in Kenya School of Government. And it is not right to cheat. The issue that took a lot of time was the issue of KUSNET. He said KUSNET is a union for special needs education teachers. We didn't want KUSNET in the hall. And when he says that we took a lot of time and my team was...
Why didn't you want KUSNET in the hall?
They did not. They were there to talk with the employer, yet they had not given a strike notice. Why were they supposed to be there?
Okay.
But how do you know that they are not? Because that is another question.
Because
even you realize
our strike notice.
You had not issued you had not even registered an industrial dispute.
What are you sure?
And you
I have a letter from the CS, the CS Ministry of Labour, having registered not only a documented, what do you call it? Notice. Notice. No information about the strike, but even verbally we sat with the CS and we told him we are registering with you industrial dispute.
Okay.
And in a few hours, our document went to the CS, and I think I even told you. One thing, my brother, it is very good to be honest.
Did you share with us your papers, because we shared with you? Did you share with us yours?
Was it a must to share? You are not the Ministry of Labour.
Well, I mean, you came together on a joint, and I have to bring that in. That you came together on a joint idea.
There's something called goodwill.
Yes. In fact, they didn't share with us. We got it from the Ministry of Labour.
Oh, so they did not give it to you?
They didn't give it to us.
So
I also saw it on social media.
So essentially you're saying they should have gone to the Ministry of Labour to get a copy of yours.
Exactly. Now, the issue of KUSNET, the first person to pronounce that we had people in the house, strangers in the house, This was moved by my chairman and his chairman, and we planned. It was a plan of the two unions that KUSNET should not stay here. You get? And Teacher Service Commission used this for the better part of the discussion. But finally.
That's what took the time.
Correct. We agreed.
Okay.
Now, the issue of confirming whether there was this delayed CBA money in the teacher's payroll. Technically, a payroll is closed by 24th. You get? 24th of every month, the latest. But Teacher Service Commission told us they are not going to close the payroll until they factor in July in arrears and August pay with the second phase of the CBA. It is one thing that you cannot do overnight. And I want to tell you, Teacher Service Commission was camping in Machakos. You know, when you're working as a union leader, you must have your antennas.
Are you part of the TSC secretary?
My antennas, those feelers. You must have feelers.
There are people on the ground who are telling you.
Yeah, you cannot just lead without feelers. You must have feelers. And for example, again, when we talked of withdrawing our notice, we did not call off the strike. We withdrew the notice, preparing. If teachers are not paid, we reinstate the
just reinstate it.
The notice.
What was the general sentiment, Okoh, when you heard that KNUT were going to go to work on Monday, and what was your hope that you would stay together until this point?
Before he answers that, Okoh, I spoke to you, and I also spoke to your chairman.
It is me who called you.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
you
we
remember,
spoke,
yeah.
and I think the idea was, look, if we get the elephant in the house, let us think twice. These other issues are very administrative. We can do them. And even the day you were meeting at Kasarani, I spoke to your chairman. And the chairman kept on telling me, we agreed, that is himself and I, we cannot make a mistake. If this money is coming, then we shall be the last people doing a very big mistake of telling teachers go out.
Okay, so Okoh, I'm coming back to that question and saying, what was the sentiment when you heard, like the rest of us heard, that KNUT was going back to school on Monday? Rather, the strike notice was withdrawn, and it was a joint strike notice that was given at the beginning. What was the sentiment, or what was the hope?
Let me just correct a misconception. There was no joint.
Oh, it was not joint? You had not come together?
We spoke together, but we gave different strike notices.
All right.
We had joint approach to handle this case. And every union has got its own mandate to execute.
Right.
And when I saw the members agitated by the reports we had given them from the school of government, I came out of the meeting and I called him. He told me they had got a tea break, but you really told me that with them they are calling off.
Okay.
He did not tell me that.
Withdrawing.
Whatever the case, it is the same thing. Because what was there is the strike, which was there. So I shared with my chairman, whom he has now confirmed they had talked. The chairman did not tell me. My chairman did not tell me that we have talked with you.
Yeah.
And this is the understanding. I shared with the chairman that KNUT, before we conduct a vote, KNUT is not going on strike.
Yes.
There's a gap there which we missed us, and that gap is related to after the school of government meeting. We agreed to continue meeting, which we did not, because apparently with them they are already convinced.
Okay.
They were already convinced that they would call off, because they called the meeting was on Wednesday. They called a steering on Thursday, and they made up their mind. There are certain things which we do in politics, our politics, which he came. I was in Austral, and I told him, "Can you wait until I finish with the doctor?"
Yeah.
We talked. Up to around. Not waiting. It is me who arrived at that hotel first. I don't want. I told him to come, and then we met at the hotel. But he did not pay for my dinner.
Oh no!
Although he's the one who sought that meeting. Yeah, but so I don't know. He said he did. So what happened here?
Yeah.
We discussed, but I was shocked because he told me this intention. I had known his intention as early as Thursday. We are making decision on Sunday.
On Sunday.
Yeah. Yes.
But he spoke to you.
Well, we spoke. It was a very candid
Very
engagement.
sincerely. Very sincerely. I'm very honest.
Yeah, we spoke. So, but I told him, why have you changed this fast? How are you going to guarantee that these pertinent issues we had raised
Will be sorted
out? According to the rule of our game, if the employer has not responded as expected, you even ask for a timeout. You ask them to prepare to bring this. The Teacher Service Commission came and read a suzerain covenant that we have given you a CBA. What else do you want? This one was the most important thing. You know, in our relationship, and the teachers do not just look for money. Even at this place where you work, there are other terms and conditions of service, of work, that will make your work bearable. And even if you are paid $1 billion, you will still just say, yeah, you stay with your money, let me go. And that one was supposed to be addressed. One of the examples which I want to say, which affects majority of his members, than even mine, because there are many, that somebody works in the same job group for over 15 years. This one was supposed to be addressed, even if it would be an administrative.
Yeah.
And we were supposed to get a response. And the response was, according to him, which I don't understand, is that, yes, the employer would come and say, our members, we are constrained. We cannot discuss this matter owing to the weighty issue, because it is 130,000 teachers to be promoted. This one will require so much money, and we, as a government, we don't have it. We either refuse or accept that position. Then we go to the next one, and that has been the practice.
So what has been the current case? Because what we know
The current
right now
case
is that
was-
TSC says...
The current case is, I'm the employer, you must trust me.
This is what they are saying. They are also saying, even further to that, from what we've seen today, is that they've said, look, Kuppet is saying, we want to discuss with TSC. TSC is saying, withdraw your strike and then we can talk. It seems as though there's a stalemate.
You know one thing, my sister, and with something very important. Once a dispute is registered with the competent jurisdiction, you have just to chew the bullet and go through that competent jurisdiction. We have written, I don't know whether my colleagues have not written. These are problems are been there all along. We have written thousands and thousands of letters. But this is a firefighting commission. A firefighting commission. Because when now we have come to this level, then they now come to force things. Because they know they want to push to a corner so that you are so desperate. So that level, we are already desperate because we are poorly paid. We are the single most public service group which is poorly paid. Look, when the doctors were on the streets, you realize that their interns were asking for 207,000, and the government was offering 77,000. In the public service, the interns, graduate interns, are being paid 25,000 shillings. Ours are being paid 20,000. Have you seen that thing? You in Nairobi here alone, I don't want to delve into the merit of this our colleague in Nairobi here. How can you pay a teacher 17,000, and that is the rent, that is the transport, and that is the
school fees for their own children.
For their children.
Yes, food, health, all this.
Some certain things which make me mad We are teaching in schools where some of our children cannot learn.
That's true. So here we are, and there's a message to the TSC. What would that be coming from you, Okoh?
I cannot negotiate my way in the press with the TSC. Yes.
They refuse to come to the table.
Yeah.
They're saying TSC has said the only way they will come to the table
it will be misconstrued because the agent is here. It will be misconstrued to something else. I will not negotiate my way with it.
Okoh, are you essentially saying that your brother is an agent of the TSC?
Let me speak. You know,
these two gentlemen,
they broke bread together the other day.
Waswahili wapemba wanajuana kwa vilemba. Yes.
Tunajuana sana kwa vilemba.
Yes.
Mimi si Kiswahili si mdomo changu, lakini naweza kujimudu kiume ili nidhihirishe kwa dhihirisho dhahiri kwamba lugha na imanya kidogo. Hasa, the whole thing is, let us be very honest to ourselves. Taking an industrial action, and I'm happy he said it, starting is very easy. Coming out of it is hell. And I'm happy I saw your letter, my brother Kelo, writing to Teacher Service Commission. You know,
he's the one who received it.
When you
let me just say,
no,
he's the one who received it.
It is in social media.
No, he's the one who received
social
it.
media.
I want to bring. I have been a clip.
He said, you said that I was only a participant in national strikes
at the branches.
I want to tell you that I was very close with the organizers of national strikes, and especially Adongo Adea. I was like his, mtu wa mkono. And I used a bicycle to be sent with circulars to branch offices. It is easy to call an industrial action. And your teachers say, it is good we are even flexing our muscles for 3 days. Look at where it has placed you. While these teachers have earned their second phase of the CBA in full, and it is backdated to July. These are the issues, as I said. These issues should not take you to the streets. Iron them out on the table.
Do you agree with that, Okoh?
Before you even have an input, when you see a Secretary General writing to the employer and saying, we are kindly requesting that we sit, it means that you are in a corner that you cannot run away from.
No.
We, as Kenya National Union of Teachers.
Is that not just a polite way of addressing?
No. Yes. It is not a labor, it is not a union language. Unions demand.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that the language presupposes
this was a clear indication.
They're okay, that they're ready to come back.
They are ready to come back, which I really appreciate. Okay. And I said Teacher Service Commission should now show some leadership. If a Secretary General of a union has indicated that they would rather have you on the table so that we have a return to work formula, coming out of it, even going on a strike for 1 day, you must sign a return to work formula.
So
when the employer says we are not ready to come, you see, you'll continue suffering. Okay. And the Kenya National Union of Teachers has an experience.
All right.
When he was in bed with TSC some times back, we were out of bed. I think he thinks that we are in bed with Teacher Service Commission.
I don't think he thinks that. I think he's very overtly said it, essentially, because he said that you are the agent of TSC in the room right here.
He was an agent. That is why he can actually mention that we can be agents. He was an agent at some time.
Our time is coming to a head, Okoh, but I would like to hear from you. In the coming days, what are we to see? You mentioned earlier that, there seems to be, it seems as though it's kind of some emotional blackmail where people are saying, you know what, for the sake of the students, for the sake of the Form 4s under your umbrella who will be sitting KCSE this year, for the sake of goodwill, whereby TSC has done 1, 2, 3, whether they were forced into the corner or not, is there the consideration of allowing or saying teachers should come back to school?
I think the agent has told you that if there's leadership, then things can be okay. But I want to say this. There's a misconception that we are about education, and Kenyans are always mad about the exams. Learning is critical at any stage. Learning is critical at any stage. And therefore, you cannot say that because they are candidates, because you only focus, then you cannot, you must trample on the teachers' right. That must be removed. It is important to note that in a relationship of this nature, you cannot say that I'm pleading. But we must start. If somebody does not want to show leadership, the only person who is the face of that leadership from the worker side is the General Secretary. So somebody cannot insinuate that if you see a Secretary General writing a letter like that, then that person is desperate.
So, Akello,
if that is what is called down blackmail,
I hear
that
you.
you think that these people are so desperate, and maybe even his action maybe have been influenced by past experience, not because of the resolve that the teachers of this country have. The teachers of this country, when they are the ones who are now on that strike, my duty is basically to call it. If they ask me, can you call it off? I don't have any business to come here to chest thumbs.
But the teachers are saying we are still here.
Yeah, if they say they are still here, you let them be there.
What is it going to take? And this is the last question. What is it going to take?
It is unfortunate. It is going to take toll. First, the behavior which is exhibited both by our teachers, are you seeing, during this strike, is not depicting the professional touch that we envisage as professionals. Are you seeing that?
Yes.
But they have been moved. When they are hungry, they become now angry. And therefore, this is also a method of venting their anger. So you cannot stop it. You cannot stop it. But the person who has perpetuated this is the person. In fact, I don't know what my brother is saying is honest. But if he is honest, let him confirm this statement. Did you see one of the commissioners says you can go on strike? And he throwing his hands, almost touching the chair to the commission. You can't go on strike. Why did you see that event in that encounter at school government?
I saw it.
You saw it?
I saw
so
it.
That one was a terrible incitement. And that's a friend of mine, even a classmate. In fact,
Mnajuana kwa vilemba.
You I think you will be arrested.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Look, I think that the next couple of days are going to be very relevant. It will be clear what will happen in the next few days, whether there will be a conversation or whether there will be a return to work finally from both of you in a minute. What are you hoping will happen? And essentially, Akello, what will happen? Just with you, Collins.
I think our teachers already in school, having been directed by the National Executive Council, that is a supreme body. What I would wish to say about Teacher Service Commission and KUPPET. Already, KUPPET has written to Teacher Service Commission. The position that they are taking will not actually help much. If KUPPET wants to sit with TSC, let TSC sit with KUPPET and let these issues be sorted out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Akello?
I hope that there will be speedy resolution of the crisis. Yeah, because it is not helping anybody.
It isn't. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here this morning. I think there's always hope that there's resolution of anything that's causing this kind of tension. And I think over and above all, that folks who are supposed to do a certain thing will actually do what they're supposed to do. Find out where you fall in that last statement. Thank you. We've done a rare thing and gone over by 20 minutes, but it was necessary to have this conversation. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this week. And God willing, Monday morning, it continues at 6 a.m. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Good morning. It's 21 minutes after 10.
Good morning.